Some animatronics were built simply to entertain. Others became something far more terrifying. Across the Five Nights at Freddy's timeline, dozens of machines have been brought to life by restless spirits, lingering agony, or forces that still aren't fully understood. In this video, we'll explore every possessed animatronic in the series, discovering who or what is inside each one, how they became haunted, what role they played in the story, and how their fates connect to the larger FNaF timeline. Along the way, we'll separate confirmed lore from the most widely accepted theories, building a complete picture of every haunted machine in the franchise. So dim the lights, get comfortable, and let's step inside the haunted world of Freddy Fazbear's most infamous animatronics. Not every animatronic that moves at night in Five Nights at Freddy's is possessed. Some are, in the clearest sense the games allow, a child's spirit bound to a suit after a violent death. Others behave dangerously for reasons that have nothing to do with ghosts at all, driven instead by corrupted security software, facial recognition systems mistaking a night guard for an intruder, or artificial intelligence sophisticated enough to imitate a personality without ever containing one. The franchise never hands over a single tidy rulebook explaining which is which. What it offers instead is a decade of scattered evidence, buried across minigames, hidden blueprints, companion books, and environmental detail that has to be pieced together and weighed against itself. Some of that evidence is explicit. Much of it is implication dressed up as coincidence. This runs chronologically, following possession as it actually develops across the timeline rather than the order the games happen to release in. That matters because possession itself changes shape as the story progresses. It starts as an accident born from grief, a single act of desperate compassion extended to a dying child. By the time William Afton builds his underground facility decades later, it has become something he studies, engineers, and tries to weaponize on purpose. Confusing a haunted child with a malfunctioning security robot doesn't just get a detail wrong. It erases the difference between a murdered 8-year-old and a machine doing exactly what its flawed programming allows. That distinction is the spine of everything that follows. Part 2. Death Inside Fazbear Entertainment. Every confirmed case of possession in this franchise shares the same three ingredients: a violent, premature death, physical proximity to an animatronic at or near the moment of that death, and an emotional charge strong enough to leave a trace after the body stops functioning. Remove any one of those three elements and the pattern breaks down. Proximity matters more than fans sometimes give it credit for. No spirit in this franchise attaches itself to a suit it never came near. Every documented case, Charlotte Emily included, involves a body that ended up inside or immediately beside a physical animatronic within a short window of death. That rules out any reading where a spirit could simply choose a suit from a distance, or drift into one years later without ever having been near it at the moment it died. The emotional half of the equation is considerably less precise. Fear, grief, and a sense of profound injustice all appear across the specific cases this franchise depicts, but the games never rank these factors or explain their relative weight. What can be said is that ordinary peaceful death doesn't seem to produce this effect. Every documented spirit died suddenly and died wrongly. Later material complicates even this basic framework. Remnant, introduced through Pizzeria Simulator's hidden blueprints, suggests the substance binding a spirit to a suit can be extracted and deliberately reintroduced elsewhere, meaning proximity at death may only explain the earliest, least engineered cases. William Afton's own later experiments treat what began as tragic accident as raw material. Part 3. Charlie and the Puppet. Charlotte Emily's death is the first possession this franchise depicts with any clarity, and its details matter because everything downstream depends on the specific mechanics established here. She was Henry Emily's daughter, present at her father's restaurant, separated from the gathering inside, and left alone outside the building. William Afton's arrival at that exact moment is confirmed through minigame sequences that place him at the scene without ever depicting what happens next directly. The security puppet minigame shows a different figure responding to the same crisis, the puppet itself, moving through rain toward where Charlie lies. The staging emphasizes distance and delay rather than rescue. By the time it reaches her, the outcome has already been decided. Its collapse beside her body reads as something closer to grief than mechanical shutdown, a detail the game never explains through dialogue, because it doesn't need to. What follows that collapse is the origin point for this franchise's entire supernatural framework. Charlie's spirit binds to the very figure that failed to reach her in time. Unlike the possessions this franchise depicts later, involving the 5 children lured through calculated manipulation, Charlie's transfer reads as immediate and unplanned, closer to a spontaneous bond formed in a moment of shared catastrophe than to any deliberate act of transfer. That distinction is worth holding on to. Every later possession this franchise shows, including the deliberate transfer of 5 more children into their own suits, exists because Charlie survived her own death first, in whatever form that survival actually took. Part 4. Give gifts, give life. The Give Gifts, Give Life minigame is the clearest explanation this franchise ever gives for how possession spreads beyond a single case. Charlie, now the puppet, moves between the children killed during the missing children's incident, extending to each of them the same continued existence her own death had already granted her. 4 of these transfers line up cleanly with Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. The minigame staging placing each child near the suit they're generally understood to occupy afterward. Golden Freddy's inclusion is considerably less explicit, a gap this franchise's own material has never closed, and one that shapes nearly every later theory about his identity. The sequence confirms something more specific than simple haunting. This is depicted as a deliberate, compassionate act rather than an accidental supernatural side effect. Charlie chooses this. That choice sets a template every later possession in this franchise gets measured against, whether it follows the same mechanism directly or represents a calculated departure from it, the way William Afton's remnant experiments eventually do. What the scene doesn't confirm is equally significant. It never states how much of each child's personality survives the transfer, whether the mechanism shown here is the only route to possession this franchise's rules allow, or why Golden Freddy's inclusion remains so much less certain than his 4 companions. Those gaps aren't oversights. They're the specific questions this franchise keeps returning to across a decade of subsequent games. Part 5. Remnant, the mysterious substance. Remnant enters this franchise's canon through Pizzeria Simulator's hidden blueprints, and its introduction rewrites the simpler ghost story logic the earlier games relied on. The blueprints describe Remnant as extractable, storable, and reintroducible, a substance connected to captured human presence that can be pulled from one haunted object and mechanically injected into another. That capability alone represents a serious escalation from what Charlie's story established. Possession, under the earlier framework, looked permanent and exclusive. One spirit, one suit, bound at the moment of death. Remnant suggests otherwise. At least once William Afton learned to manipulate it directly. The blueprints for the scooper, discovered in the same hidden material, describe an arm capable of both extracting remnant from a haunted body and injecting it elsewhere, kept at a controlled temperature specifically to prevent it from moving on its own. Molten Freddy's own scrap schematics go further, describing remnant as something capable of granting sentience to an otherwise inanimate object once present in sufficient concentration. That detail suggests remnant isn't simply a container for a single specific spirit. In large enough quantities, it may generate a kind of consciousness independent of any one individual's continued identity. This concept becomes essential once Williams' Funtime animatronics enter the story. Without it, characters built from harvested remnant rather than a single confirmed spirit would look like an unexplained departure from everything Charlie's own possession established. With it, they read as the direct, deliberate result of a man who turned an accidental supernatural mechanism into an engineering problem. Part 6. Agony. When suffering creates something new. A second, related concept appears scattered through this franchise's companion material and environmental detail. Agony, a supernatural residue connected specifically to intense, prolonged suffering rather than to remnant's more general definition of captured human presence. Where remnant reads as something William Afton learned to harvest and redirect on purpose, agony reads as considerably less controlled. Something that seems to form on its own once suffering crosses a severe enough threshold, without requiring anyone's deliberate technical intervention. This distinction matters for understanding certain unexplained phenomena, shadow figures and glitching entities that appear across multiple games without ever receiving the kind of direct, blueprint-based explanation Pizzeria Simulator provides for Remnant specifically. Agony carries less direct textual support than Remnant does. Its origin sits primarily in companion content rather than in any single confirmed in-game source comparable to the Scooper blueprints. It functions best as a useful lens for explaining phenomena the mainline games leave otherwise unaddressed, rather than as a settled piece of canon. Set side by side, Remnant and Agony answer a similar question in different registers. Remnant explains the mechanical, controllable version of lingering human presence, useful for tracing Williams' own deliberate experiments. Agony explains the messier version, useful for the phenomena that seem to emerge without anyone's calculated hand behind them. Part 7. Can more than one spirit share a suit? Golden Freddy is this franchise's most persistent example of the multiple possession question. His contradictory behavior across several games leading many fans to suspect more than one presence rather than a single spirit behaving inconsistently for reasons the games simply never explain. That theory remains genuinely unconfirmed, resting on behavioral pattern rather than direct textual evidence. Ennard offers a more concrete, if differently structured, case. What merges there isn't several separate human spirits settling into one suit from the outset. It's several already possessed Funtime animatronics, physically combining into a single mobile body. A merger of already haunted machinery rather than simultaneous multi-soul possession from the beginning. That distinction changes what Ennard actually demonstrates about shared consciousness. Molten Freddy provides this franchise's clearest textual support for genuine multiple possession. Its own scrapped blueprint material explicitly describes containing remnant in unusually concentrated quantities, tied directly to a specific reference requirement the game's own hidden text calls Paragraph 4. Language that implies more than one spirit's presence, factored into the entity's design and purpose. Weighed against each other, multiple possession looks genuinely confirmed in at least one specific case, and considerably more speculative in others. That's a meaningful distinction to carry forward, because Golden Freddy and Molten Freddy get cited interchangeably in casual discussion, despite resting on very different levels of actual evidence. Part 8. Possession versus Programming. Several of this franchise's most dangerous animatronics are never confirmed as haunted at all. Facial recognition technology, introduced through the second game's newer suits, gives Phone Guy a genuine, non-supernatural explanation for at least some aggressive behavior. Systems built to distinguish staff from unauthorized visitors, malfunctioning in ways that could easily misfire against an innocent night guard without any ghost involved. Security protocols represent a related separate category. Some animatronics behave aggressively because they were built to respond to unauthorized presence within a building after hours, a function that requires no possession whatsoever to explain. Corrupted artificial intelligence, most fully developed in this franchise's modern era, offers the clearest example of danger without possession. The mimic imitates personality and memory convincingly enough to fool other characters within its own story, without ever containing a human spirit the way Charlie or the missing children genuinely do. Treating every dangerous animatronic as equally tragic collapses a distinction this franchise clearly cares about. Some characters represent murdered children, given continued existence through genuine supernatural means. Others are dangerous machinery behaving exactly as flawed design allows, and keeping that line intact is the only way to take either category seriously on its own terms. Part 9. Every type of life in FNaF. 5 distinct categories of consciousness run through this franchise, and grouping them together is where most casual lore discussion goes wrong. Human spirits, the category Charlie and the missing children belong to, represent the clearest and most directly confirmed form. An actual person's consciousness bound to a suit following death, retaining, in at least some documented cases, fragments of memory and personality. Supernatural manifestations form a related but distinct category, defined less by whose spirit occupies a suit, and more by behavior that resists the mechanical rules governing conventional possession, appearing without traveling, ignoring physical barriers, defying the logic the 4 original animatronics otherwise follow. Golden Freddy sits closest to this category. Remnant-powered entities represent this franchise's most technically explained group. Characters whose continued existence stems from deliberately harvested and redirected supernatural substance rather than from accidental, tragic possession. Digital consciousness and artificial intelligence, developed most fully in the modern era, originate from code rather than genuine supernatural presence, even when they convincingly imitate a specific individual's personality. Mimicry, closely related but distinct, describes characters built specifically to learn and reproduce human behavior without containing any consciousness behind that imitation at all. Part 10. The complete rules of possession. Possession, in its earliest and most clearly confirmed form, requires proximity between a dying spirit and a physical suit, combined with a violent, premature death and unresolved emotional weight. Charlie's transformation established this pattern first. Give gifts, give life extended the same mechanism through her own deliberate action. To the 5 children lured and killed during the missing children's incident. Remnant and Agony expand this framework considerably. Remnant is a substance William Afton learned to extract and manipulate on purpose. Agony is a messier, less controlled byproduct of extreme suffering, useful for explaining phenomena the games never directly connect to Remnant's own blueprint-based explanation. Multiple possession within a single suit remains confirmed in at least one case, Molten Freddy, and considerably more speculative in others, Golden Freddy Chief among them. Not every dangerous animatronic is possessed at all. Facial recognition failures, security protocols, and corrupted AI account for real, non-supernatural danger throughout this franchise's timeline. 5 categories cover everything this framework produces: human spirits, supernatural manifestations, remnant-powered entities, digital consciousness, and mimicry. Freddy Fazbear is where the first of these categories gets its fullest treatment, and his story starts not as a monster, but as a restaurant mascot built to make children feel safe. Part 11. Freddy Fazbear Before the Haunting. Freddy's original design centered entirely on approachability. A brown bear built to headline Freddy Fazbear's Pizza stage shows alongside Bonnie and Chica, he anchored the restaurant's entire branding, appearing across signage, merchandise, and every piece of promotional material the chain produced during its original operation. His role extended past simple performance. Freddy was the character most closely tied to the birthday celebrations that defined the restaurant's daily business, the recognizable face parents pointed to when explaining where they were taking their kids that weekend. Nothing about his design suggested anything beyond warmth and reliability. That original purpose is worth holding on to directly because it frames everything that happens to him afterward as a genuine subversion rather than an inevitability. Freddy Fazbear wasn't always something to fear. He became that way because of what happened inside the building surrounding him, and the transformation only lands with its full weight once the innocent version of the character is clearly established first. Part 12. Gabriel, the child behind Freddy Fazbear. Gabriel's connection to Freddy comes primarily from the gravestone evidence shown in Pizzeria Simulator's Lorekeeper ending, reinforced by promotional material rather than by any dedicated minigame sequence comparable to what exists for some of his fellow victims. That distinction matters. This is strongly supported material, not a directly stated confirmation from the mainline games themselves. Promotional material tied to Springtrap merchandise describes a child who trusted the wrong adult before becoming, in a grim turn of phrase, the star of the show. A detail consistent with the broader pattern of manipulation this franchise establishes for William Afton's crimes, though it stops short of the personal. Individually staged Lure, the Fruity Maze minigame, later provides for Susie specifically. Gabriel's possession follows the mechanism Give Gifts, Give Life establishes directly, Charlie's own action, extending continued existence to him alongside his fellow victims. Freddy's position as the apparent leader among the 4 original haunted animatronics, generally the last to become directly threatening on any given night, offers an interesting parallel to leadership, though the games never confirm this connection as anything beyond suggestive pattern. Part 13. Freddy After Death. Freddy's movement pattern sets him apart from Bonnie and Chica specifically, remaining stationary on stage considerably longer before beginning any active pursuit. That patience reads, to much of this franchise's audience, as closer to calculation than the more immediate aggression his bandmates display. His presence is often signaled through music box audio rather than direct visual confirmation, a design choice reinforcing a sense of deliberate intention rather than random wandering. Whether this reflects genuine coordination with the other animatronics, or simply each character's individually programmed behavior happening to align in ways that feel more deliberate than they are, is never confirmed directly. The most reasonable reading treats Freddy's distinctiveness as some combination of underlying mechanical design and whatever remained of Gabriel's own presence following possession. Untangling exactly how much credit belongs to each explanation is a question the games leave open rather than resolved. Part 14. Freddy's story across the timeline. Freddy's haunting of the original restaurant carries through its eventual closure, a period that leaves the animatronics in extended limbo rather than offering any genuine resolution. The Follow Me minigames later show Freddy among the suits William Afton systematically dismantles, his physical destruction failing to end Gabriel's continued presence, consistent with how possession has already been established to function independent of an intact vessel. Happiest Day includes Freddy, or more precisely Gabriel, among the children shown receiving cake and celebration before disappearing from later scenes, connecting his story to the broader pattern of apparent resolution shared by the original missing children. Pizzeria Simulator's Lore-Keeper ending confirms his name directly through gravestone evidence, positioning his story alongside his fellow victims in Henry's final, devastating reckoning. Consistent with the gravestone evidence, Happiest Day's apparent release, and the absence of any confirmed later appearance comparable to Golden Freddy's ongoing ambiguity, Gabriel's story counts among the more clearly resolved threads in this franchise's much larger, considerably messier tapestry of unfinished business. Part 15. Bonnie before the haunting. Bonnie functioned as the stage show's guitarist, a purple rabbit whose musical role made him an essential piece of the band dynamic Freddy Fazbear's Pizza built its entire entertainment identity around. Alongside Freddy and Chica, he anchored the restaurant's central performance space, appearing in promotional material and stage choreography designed to give each character a distinct, recognizable personality within the group. That consistent stage presence made Bonnie one of the chain's most immediately identifiable mascots well before William Afton's crimes transformed him into something considerably darker. Children attending birthday parties would have recognized his guitar and his position on stage as reliably as they recognized Freddy's own central role. Part 16. Jeremy, the child behind Bonnie. Jeremy benefits from somewhat firmer confirmation than Gabriel does. The glitch minigame in the second game shows a child fans generally identify as Jeremy, and his name appears directly through an achievement reference tied to Help Wanted 2, giving this connection considerably firmer textual ground than exists for some of his fellow original victims. What remains known about him as an individual, beyond this basic connection and the handful of confirming references, stays notably thin compared to the richer backstory Susie's story provides through Fruity Maze specifically. His possession follows the same give gifts, give life mechanism established for his fellow victims. Jeremy remains one of the quieter members of the group, his comparatively limited individual documentation reflecting which stories this franchise's writers chose to develop most extensively rather than the actual weight of what happened to him. Part 17. Bonnie after death. Bonnie typically becomes active before his fellow animatronics, consistently the first to leave the stage and frequently the first to reach the office door. That urgency stands in sharp contrast to Freddy's own patience, raising the question of whether it reflects something genuinely tied to Jeremy's temperament in life. Bonnie's repeated visits to backstage add a further unsettling layer, occasionally appearing there missing his guitar entirely, a detail the games never explain through any direct dialogue. This remains firmly atmospheric rather than confirmed storytelling. A purely mechanical explanation exists too. Bonnie's early activation may simply be a deliberate gameplay decision, ensuring meaningful tension arrives early in the night rather than after an extended, uneventful wait. The most reasonable reading treats Bonnie's urgency as some genuine combination of underlying game design and whatever remained of Jeremy's own presence following possession. Part 18. Bonnie's journey through the series. Bonnie's presence throughout the original restaurant's haunted period establishes him as one of this franchise's most consistently active threats, his urgency setting a tone for danger considerably earlier in any given night than Freddy's more measured approach. The Follow Me minigames include him among the suits William Afton destroys, his physical dismantling failing to end Jeremy's continued presence, or his eventual contribution to the confrontation that corners William within the safe room. Happiest Day includes Jeremy among the children shown receiving cake and celebration, reinforcing the broader reading that this scene represents genuine release for most of the original missing children. Henry's final plan, culminating in Pizzeria Simulator's fire, brings Bonnie's story to its most emotionally significant conclusion, Jeremy's long imprisonment ending alongside his fellow victims. Part 19. Chica before the haunting. Chica's design tied her more directly to the restaurant's celebratory identity than either Freddy or Bonnie's purely musical function. A yellow chicken character often depicted holding a cupcake, she connected visually to the birthday cake imagery, central to how families actually experienced this restaurant. That association contributed meaningfully to the business's overall atmosphere before any tragedy transformed it. Chica represented the celebratory heart of the operation, a character children specifically associated with the excitement surrounding birthday visits, exactly the kind of trusted association William Afton's crimes would later exploit through Spring Bonnie's own considerably more sinister use of familiar character trust. Part 20. Susie, the child behind Chica. Susie's story is the most thoroughly documented among the 5 missing children, owing directly to the Fruity Maze minigame. The sequence shows William Afton, disguised as Spring Bonnie, approaching a girl matching Susie's description while she plays the arcade game the minigame is named after, telling her he knows where her dog is and that the dog isn't actually dead. That single detail, built specifically around exploiting a child's grief and hope, carries forward into later, cross-referencing confirmation through her book description and her gravestone name in Pizzeria Simulator's Lorikeeper ending, giving her identity a level of consistency across multiple pieces of official material that few of her fellow victims can claim. It remains this franchise's clearest, most direct illustration of exactly how William Afton's manipulation operated in practice, using genuine, personal knowledge of a child's life to build precisely the trust his crimes depended on. Part 21. Chica after death. Analyzing Chica's behavior across this franchise reveals a character whose aggression carries a texture some fans read as distinct from her fellow original animatronics, and examining that texture carefully requires comparing her actions throughout the original game against later dialogue and appearances scattered across this franchise's much broader material. Chica's movement pattern generally follows Bonnie's own established urgency, examined in detail during this video's earlier coverage, moving actively toward the office once the night progresses far enough into its own established timeline. What sets Chica apart specifically involves the unexplained banging noises Phone Guy references directly through his own recorded messages, tied to Chica's presence within the restaurant's kitchen specifically. This detail has generated years of interpretation, much of it treating the sound as something closer to genuine frustration or confusion than simple mechanical malfunction. Though this video wants to be direct at the games themselves, never confirm this reading outright, leaving it firmly within the category of reasonable interpretation rather than established fact. Later games layer additional voice work and dialogue onto Chica specifically that many fans read as hinting at fragments of memory surviving her possession. Phrases and reactions across this franchise's broader material that feel more personal and more emotionally specific than pure mechanical hostility would reasonably explain. Comparing this evidence against the more instinctive seeming aggression this video's earlier coverage traced through Bonnie's own behavior suggests Chica's own experience may involve a somewhat different balance between raw instinct and genuine, retained personal awareness. Whether Susie appears to retain fragments of memory after death connects directly back to this video's much earlier discussion regarding possession mechanics generally, and Chica's case offers some of this franchise's more suggestive, if still ultimately inconclusive, evidence supporting genuine memory retention as a real phenomenon rather than something this franchise's writers simply added for. Atmospheric effect, without any deeper intentional meaning behind it. How Chica differs from her fellow haunted animatronics ultimately comes down to this specific combination of factors this section has examined, an aggression that reads, to much of this franchise's audience, as carrying more identifiable, personal distress than Bonnie's own more purely instinctive urgency, or Freddy's own calculated patience. Whether that difference genuinely reflects something specific about Susie herself, or whether it simply represents this franchise's writers choosing to develop her particular character with somewhat more individual nuance than her fellow original victims received, remains consistent with so much of this video's careful, evidence-based approach. A question this section can only answer with informed, honest uncertainty rather than false, definitive confidence. Part 22. Chica's complete timeline. Following Chica from the missing children's incident through every major appearance this franchise's timeline provides, reveals a story that closely parallels the pattern this video has already traced through both Freddy and Bonnie individually, while retaining the distinctive, more personally textured qualities this video's immediately preceding section just finished examining in considerable detail. Her presence throughout the original game's own timeline establishes Chica as a consistently significant threat. Her particular combination of active movement and the unsettling kitchen, related detail this video already discussed, contributing to the overall atmosphere of danger and confusion this franchise's original restaurant setting depends on throughout every night the player character survives. Across that entire opening title. The Follow Me minigames include Chica among the animatronics William Afton systematically dismantles during his eventual return to the abandoned restaurant. Her physical destruction, consistent with this video's established understanding of possession mechanics throughout this entire investigation, failing to actually end Susie's continued presence, or her eventual contribution to the confrontation that corners William within the safe room, this video's later dedicated section is going to examine in far greater specific detail. Happiest Day includes Susie among the children shown receiving cake and celebration, connecting her story directly to the same broader pattern of apparent resolution this video has now traced consistently through Gabriel, Jeremy, and Susie specifically across 3 consecutive character-focused sections, reinforcing this documentary's broader reading that this particular scene represents genuine release for the majority of the original missing children this franchise's founding tragedy produced. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic conclusion brings Chica's story, alongside her fellow original animatronics, toward what this video considers among this franchise's most emotionally significant endings, Susie's own long imprisonment concluding alongside her fellow victims within Henry's own deliberate, purposeful final act. This video's later dedicated coverage is going to examine in far greater depth once this investigation reaches that specific portion of the timeline currently under construction. Throughout this video's extensive, ongoing coverage, the likely fate of Susie's spirit, based on the strongest available evidence this video has gathered throughout its entire examination of her individual story, points toward genuine, if not absolutely, universally confirmed resolution. Consistent with the pattern this video has traced through her fellow original victims, and distinct from the considerably more genuinely contested situation this investigation's upcoming, dedicated coverage of Golden Freddy specifically is about to reveal represents a meaningfully different, less resolved category entirely within this franchise's much broader and considerably more complicated overall story. Part 23. Foxy Before the Haunting. Foxy's original design and purpose within Freddy Fazbear's Pizza deserves examination before this video introduces Fritz specifically, establishing the same kind of innocent, entertainment-focused foundation this video's earlier sections established for Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica individually. Fazbear Entertainment designed Foxy specifically as a pirate-themed character, deliberately distinct in both appearance and function from the more traditional band, set up his 3 fellow original animatronics shared together on the restaurant's central stage. Pirate Cove functioned during normal business hours as a separate, dedicated attraction rather than a component of the main stage show, giving Foxy his own distinct space and his own distinct performance style built specifically around pirate-related adventure and fantasy rather than the musical entertainment format his fellow original animatronics relied on. This deliberate separation gave the restaurant a genuinely varied entertainment offering, appealing to children specifically drawn toward adventure-themed play rather than simply musical performance. Why Foxy was intentionally separated from the main stage connects directly to this broader business strategy, offering families a reason to explore beyond the restaurant's central dining and performance area, encouraging the kind of extended visit and engagement that benefited the business's overall commercial success during this earlier, considerably more innocent period of the company's own operational history. Foxy quickly became one of the restaurant's most popular attractions, specifically because of this distinct identity. His pirate-themed adventure offering children something genuinely different from the more passive, observational experience the main stage show generally provided. This popularity established Foxy as a genuine commercial asset for the business, well before any tragedy began transforming his reputation into something considerably darker throughout this franchise's later timeline. his reputation began to change according to this franchise's broader environmental storytelling, connected to incidents this video's later sections examining the possessed version of this character are going to address directly. Incidents that eventually led to Pirate Cove's own operational restrictions well before the broader missing children's incident transformed the entire restaurant's identity permanently. Establishing this original popular purpose matters for appreciating exactly how significant Foxy's eventual transformation into one of this franchise's most aggressive, haunted characters actually represents within his own individual story. Part 24. Fritz, the child behind Foxy. Fritz remains, consistent with this video's earlier, extensive coverage of his fellow original victims, one of the least individually documented among the 5 missing children. His identity established primarily through the gravestone evidence, this video has referenced consistently throughout its coverage of Gabriel, Jeremy, and Susie specifically, rather than through any dedicated minigame sequence built specifically around his own individual. Personal story. How his identity was gradually established through later games and companion material follows a pattern this video has already traced regarding several of his fellow victims, with official promotional material describing Fritz as having been lured with the promise of becoming a pirate, a detail that connects directly and unmistakably to his eventual possession of Foxy specifically. Offering this video one of its clearer examples of thematic coherence between a specific child's confirmed backstory detail and the animatronic they eventually came to possess. The puppet's role in guiding his spirit into Foxy follows the same established mechanism this video traced during its much earlier, dedicated coverage of Give Gifts, Give Life. Charlie's own compassionate act extending continued existence to Fritz alongside his fellow victims following the missing children's incident's devastating conclusion. This places Fritz firmly within the confirmed framework this video has applied consistently throughout its coverage of the original 5 children. Why Fritz remains one of the least documented members of this original group, despite possessing one of this franchise's most recognizable and immediately popular characters, deserves direct examination here. This apparent gap between Foxy's own considerable cultural significance and Fritz's comparatively thin individual documentation illustrates something this video has already observed regarding Gabriel and Jeremy specifically, that a character's popularity within the broader franchise doesn't necessarily correlate with how much individual, personal backstory the games actually chose to develop for the specific child connected to that character. What confirmed material does exist places Fritz's pirate-related lure in direct, meaningful conversation with Pirate Cove's own established identity. This video's immediately preceding section already having established Foxy's own pirate-themed design and appeal as a genuine, popular draw for children visiting the restaurant during its original, considerably more innocent period of operation. That thematic connection, even without extensive additional individual detail, gives Fritz's story a quiet but genuine coherence that stands alongside his fellow victims' own varying degrees of individual documentation throughout this franchise's much broader material. Part 25. Foxy After Death. Analyzing Foxy's unique behavior throughout the original game reveals a pattern that distinguishes him more sharply from his fellow original animatronics than any of the behavioral differences this video has already examined regarding Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica individually throughout its preceding character-focused sections. Foxy's confinement to Pirate Cove, combined with the sudden explosive sprint he undertakes once sufficiently provoked, creates a genuinely distinct rhythm of danger, compared to his fellow animatronics' more gradual, patrol-like movement patterns. Why he sprints rather than walks connects directly to this franchise's own underlying gameplay design as much as to any deliberate lore-based explanation. Though this video's earlier discussion regarding Bonnie's own urgency established a useful framework for weighing both explanations together, rather than assuming either one automatically outweighs the other. Foxy's explosive movement creates a genuinely different kind of tension compared to the more sustained, ongoing threat his fellow animatronics represent throughout any given night. Why Pirate Cove closes specifically connects to the broader reputation shift this video's immediately preceding section already flagged. Incidents that led to increased operational restrictions on Fox's own attraction, well before the wider missing children's incident transformed the entire restaurant's public identity. This detail suggests Foxy's own transformation from popular attraction into cautionary, restricted presence may have begun developing somewhat earlier, and somewhat separately from the broader tragedy affecting his fellow original animatronics. How his attack differs from every other animatronic deserves direct comparison here as well, where Freddy, Bonnie and Chica generally approach through a more gradual, patrol-style pattern. This video has traced consistently across its preceding sections. Foxy's attack arrives suddenly and specifically, requiring active, deliberate player attention to prevent rather than the more passive monitoring the other three animatronics generally allow for throughout the same game. Whether these behaviors reflect remnants of Fritz's own spirit, damaged programming resulting from Pirate Cove's own established mechanical issues, or some combination of both explanations this section has raised, remains consistent with this video's approach throughout its earlier coverage of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica specifically. A question this investigation can only address through careful, honest weighing of available evidence rather than definitive, overconfident resolution. Comparing Foxy's aggression against his fellow original animatronics reveals a character whose behavioral distinctiveness likely stems from some genuine combination of underlying mechanical difference and whatever remained of Fritz's own individual presence following his own confirmed possession. Part 26. Foxy's complete story. Tracing Foxy's journey through this franchise from the missing children's incident onward reveals a pattern that, despite his own distinctive behavioral profile examined throughout this video's immediately preceding section, ultimately follows the same broader arc this video has now traced consistently through Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica across its preceding character-focused coverage. His presence throughout the original game's own extended timeline establishes Foxy as one of this franchise's most immediately memorable threats, his own distinctive sprint and sudden appearance contributing meaningfully to the overall sense of unpredictable danger this franchise's original restaurant setting depends on throughout every night this video has already established as defining the core experience of that opening title. The Follow Me minigames include Foxy among the animatronics William Afton systematically dismantles during his own eventual, fateful return to the abandoned restaurant. His physical destruction, consistent with this video's established understanding of possession mechanics throughout this entire investigation, failing to end Fritz's own continued presence or his eventual meaningful contribution to the confrontation that ultimately corners William within the safe room itself. Happiest Day includes Fritz among the children shown receiving cake and celebration in this franchise's own secret ending, connecting his story directly to the same pattern of apparent resolution this video has now traced consistently through Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz, specifically across 4 consecutive, dedicated character-focused sections, reinforcing this video's broader reading that this particular scene represents genuine, meaningful release for the vast majority of the original missing children this franchise's founding tragedy actually produced. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic conclusion brings Foxy's story, alongside his fellow original animatronics, toward what this video has already established as this franchise's most emotionally significant ending sequence. Fritz's own extended imprisonment, concluding alongside his fellow victims within Henry's own deliberate, carefully planned final act this video's later. Dedicated coverage of that entire event is going to examine in considerably more depth once this investigation reaches that specific portion of the broader timeline. What is believed to become of Fritz's spirit after the final fire connects directly to the same broader questions this video has already raised regarding Gabriel, Jeremy, and Susie specifically, pointing toward genuine, if not absolutely universally confirmed, resolution consistent with a pattern this video has now established across the entire original group of 4 confirmed possessed animatronics, setting up a meaningful, deliberate contrast this investigation's next several sections are about to establish once this video finally turns its full attention toward Golden Freddy, the 5th and by far most genuinely contested member of this franchise's original Haunted 5. Part 27. Golden Freddy Before the Haunting. Introducing Golden Freddy requires a meaningfully different approach than this video applied throughout its preceding coverage of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy specifically. And this section is deliberately choosing to examine the character from a mechanical perspective first, before any supernatural discussion, precisely because so much genuine uncertainty surrounds even his most basic physical origins within this franchise's broader timeline. Where the Golden Freddy began life as Fredbear, the golden animatronic performer connected to Fredbear's family diner, this video's broader coverage has referenced throughout its earlier sections, represents this franchise's single, most persistent design-related question. And this video wants to be direct, that the games themselves never fully confirm this connection outright, even while the visual and thematic evidence supporting it remains genuinely compelling throughout multiple entries this investigation has already examined. The alternative possibility that Golden Freddy represents an unused yellow Freddy suit or a separate Springlock costume entirely distinct from Fredbear specifically deserves genuine consideration alongside the more commonly assumed diner connection. This video isn't in a position to definitively rule out either possibility, and presenting both fairly matters more than settling on whichever reading happens to feel more narratively satisfying without the direct, confirmed textual support this video has tried to require throughout its entire investigation. Comparing every official appearance of this suit before any confirmed possession occurred reveals a character whose earliest, pre-haunting history remains considerably murkier than anything this video established regarding Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, or Foxy throughout its preceding sections, each of whom benefited from clear, confirmed roles within the original restaurant's own stage show and attraction lineup that this video was able to trace with genuine confidence. Why its exact history remains one of this franchise's biggest mysteries connects directly to this deliberate design ambiguity. A character whose physical origins the games themselves have consistently chosen to leave considerably less clear than his fellow original animatronics, setting up exactly the kind of layered uncertainty this video's next several sections are about to examine in considerable depth. First, regarding Golden Freddy's contested identity specifically. and then regarding the genuinely unique behavioral qualities that set this particular character apart from every other possessed animatronic this investigation has covered throughout its extensive coverage so far. Part 28: Cassidy and Golden Freddy. Introducing Cassidy requires this video to distinguish clearly between confirmed evidence and community interpretation from the very outset, given how significantly this particular identity differs from the comparatively more straightforward connections this video established throughout its coverage of Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz specifically. The name Cassidy comes from two separate sources this video needs to name directly: the novel trilogy's own use of this name for one of its missing children characters, and a hidden puzzle buried within the physical survival logbook companion product, assembled through genuine crossword and numerical clue solving, rather than handed directly to players through any straightforward, explicit confirmation. The survival logbook specifically embeds this hidden name within material, connected directly to Golden Freddy's own design and broader imagery, giving this particular clue a meaningful thematic link that some of this theory's other supporting details genuinely lack. This documentary considers this piece of evidence the single strongest textual support connecting any specific name to Golden Freddy's identity throughout this franchise's entire, considerably fragmented body of material. The Lorikeeper ending from Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator adds a further, significant piece to this puzzle, with one gravestone left deliberately unreadable at the exact moment the other four missing children's names appear confirmed clearly through their own positioning. Many fans read this missing name as consistent with Cassidy's identity remaining deliberately unresolved, even at this franchise's most conclusive moment. Though this video wants to note directly that this same missing name could just as reasonably be read as evidence the game's never settled internally on any single answer at all, Cassidy specifically included. Ultimate Custom Night adds considerable weight to this broader evidence trail as well. Its own vengeful spirit, referenced repeatedly through the phrase "the one you should not have killed," driving an entire nightmare experience built specifically around punishing William Afton. The emotional register of that punishment fitting comfortably with a child whose death connects directly to Afton's own. Deliberate, personal actions. Explaining why Cassidy has become the leading candidate without presenting the theory as settled fact requires this video to state its position clearly and honestly. Cassidy's evidence trail, drawing from multiple games released years apart, and consistently circling back toward the same name through genuinely different mechanisms each time, represents this franchise's strongest available case for any specific Golden Freddy identity this video has encountered throughout its research. It remains, despite that genuine strength, an interpretation rather than an explicit, stated confirmation. And this video is going to maintain that careful distinction throughout every remaining section addressing this particular character directly. Part 29. Why Golden Freddy isn't like the others. Investigating every behavior that makes Golden Freddy unique requires directly comparing his established patterns against the 4 original animatronics this video has already examined at considerable length throughout its preceding coverage, revealing a character who consistently breaks nearly every rule this investigation established regarding how conventional possession appears to function. Throughout the rest of this franchise's story, teleportation represents perhaps the clearest, most immediately obvious distinction. Where Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy all travel through the restaurant using visible, trackable movement patterns this video's earlier coverage examined in detail, Golden Freddy simply appears, fully formed, in spaces the player had just confirmed were empty moments earlier, without any comparable build-up or approach whatsoever throughout any of his confirmed appearances across this franchise's entire history. Disappearing without movement compounds this same distinction. Golden Freddy vanishing from the office or from view, without any of the visible departure this video's earlier coverage traced consistently through his fellow original animatronics. This isn't a minor inconsistency isolated to a single game either. Repeating across nearly every entry Golden Freddy appears in throughout this franchise's much broader, decade-spanning timeline. Crashing the game represents this character's single most dramatic departure from anything this video examined regarding his fellow original animatronics. The original title's own encounter with Golden Freddy ending not with the standard jump scare and game over sequence every other threat produces, but with the software itself closing entirely. An effect Scott Cawthon later confirmed was deliberately programmed specifically to end a persistent, long-running community rumor regarding a hidden custom night code sequence. Ignoring physical barriers and appearing as an empty suit round out this section's comparison. Golden Freddy consistently bypassing the door mechanics this video's earlier coverage established as central to surviving encounters with Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy specifically, while his own slumped, seemingly empty physical appearance across multiple games suggests something considerably different from the more conventionally animated, mechanically intact suits his fellow original animatronics generally present throughout their own confirmed appearances. Comparing these abilities collectively against this video's earlier, extensive coverage of the four more conventional original animatronics makes clear why Golden Freddy seems to exist somewhere between straightforward possession and something closer to genuine supernatural manifestation, a distinction this video's next section is about to trace across every one of his confirmed appearances throughout this franchise's entire, decade-spanning history. Part 30. Every appearance of Golden Freddy. Following Golden Freddy chronologically through this franchise's major releases, rather than continuing to debate his exact identity, as this video's preceding two sections already examined in considerable depth, allows this investigation to focus specifically on how his role changes throughout the timeline, and why each individual appearance adds another meaningful layer to this franchise's broader, ongoing mystery surrounding this particular character. The original game establishes his most basic, foundational appearances, the changing office poster, and a direct sudden office encounter this video's preceding section already examined in detail, both culminating in the game-crashing sequence that immediately sets this character apart from every other threat this video has covered throughout its extensive earlier coverage. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 expands his presence considerably, introducing both the slumped, apparently empty suit encountered in hallways and the considerably more aggressive giant floating head version capable of ending the night instantly. A meaningful escalation in both frequency and intensity compared to his more restrained original appearances this video already traced during its earlier coverage. Five Nights at Freddy's 3's Happiest Day minigame shows a golden masked figure receiving cake and celebration before disappearing from later scenes, a detail this video's broader coverage of the original missing children has already connected to genuine, apparent resolution, though this documentary maintains its established caution regarding whether this scene specifically confirms Golden. Freddy's own connection to that same broader release, with the same confidence this video was able to apply to Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz individually. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 introduces Fredbear directly, connecting this earlier, distinct character to Golden Freddy's own broader design lineage through genuine, confirmed consciousness and direct speech. A level of clarity this video has already noted stands apart from Golden Freddy's own considerably more fragmented, wordless appearances throughout the rest of this franchise's timeline. The survival logbook, Pizzeria Simulator's own gravestone ending, and Ultimate Custom Night's vengeful spirit, all examined during this video's immediately preceding coverage of Cassidy specifically, round out this franchise's most significant confirmed material, while later references throughout Help Wanted, Security Breach, and Ruin generally treat Golden Freddy as background echo rather than direct, active presence. A pattern this video's next section is going to examine directly as this. Investigation turns toward the genuinely difficult question of whether this particular spirit ever actually found the same resolution this video has already confirmed for his fellow original missing children throughout its earlier, extensive coverage. Part 31. Does Golden Freddy ever find peace? Exploring Golden Freddy's fate after both Happiest Day and Ultimate Custom Night requires this video to hold together two pieces of evidence that genuinely resist easy reconciliation. And presenting this tension honestly matters more here than reaching for a comfortable, definitive answer this franchise's own material simply doesn't support with the same clarity this video was able to apply regarding Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz specifically throughout its earlier coverage. Happiest Day, examined during this video's immediately preceding section, suggests genuine release, consistent with the broader pattern this investigation traced through the other original missing children. Taken purely at face value, this scene reads as confirming Golden Freddy, or whatever specific presence he actually represents, found the same peace his fellow victims appear to have received through this exact same sequence. Ultimate Custom Night complicates this reading considerably. Its vengeful spirit, examined during this video's earlier, dedicated coverage of Cassidy specifically, presenting a presence defined by ongoing, unresolved anger, rather than the peace Happiest Day appeared to suggest years earlier in this franchise's own actual release timeline. Reconciling these two pieces of evidence requires this video to present several genuinely reasonable possibilities rather than declaring any single one conclusively correct. One possibility treats Happiest Day as genuine but ultimately temporary peace, later disrupted by circumstances the games never fully explain, perhaps connected to Springtrap's own continued survival, or to some renewed injustice tied to William Afton's ongoing escape from real consequence throughout this franchise's broader timeline. Another possibility suggests these two scenes were never meant to depict the same continuous emotional state at all, with Happiest Day representing a broader, more collective release for the group as a whole, while this specific vengeful presence's continued anger persisted somewhat independently of that broader resolution. A third possibility, worth presenting given this video's consistent commitment throughout its entire investigation to acknowledging genuine ambiguity, suggests the golden masked figure in Happiest Day may not represent Cassidy, or this specific vengeful presence at all, given the broader uncertainty this video's earlier coverage already established regarding her identification with Golden Freddy in the first place. Presenting these interpretations fairly, while making clear which specific elements remain genuinely unresolved rather than simply unconfirmed, represents exactly the careful, honest treatment this video has tried to maintain consistently throughout its entire, extensive coverage of this franchise's single, most genuinely contested, original haunted character. Part 32. Comparing the original 5. Bringing together Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy allows this video to compare directly how each spirit behaves after death, drawing together everything this investigation has established individually across its preceding sections into a single, unified comparison this documentary considers essential before moving into the broader shared story these 5 characters collectively experience throughout the remainder of this franchise's original haunted era. Differences in movement stand out immediately when placed side by side. Freddy's patient, measured approach, Bonnie's immediate urgency, Chica's active but somewhat more emotionally textured aggression, and Foxy's sudden, explosive sprint each represent genuinely distinct behavioral profiles this video has traced individually throughout its preceding, dedicated character-focused sections. While Golden Freddy's complete departure from conventional movement entirely sets him apart from this otherwise coherent group, even before considering any additional supernatural qualities. Differences in aggression follow a similarly varied pattern, Bonnie and Chica generally activating earliest and most consistently throughout any given night, Freddy's own threat building more gradually toward the night's conclusion, and Foxy's danger arriving suddenly and specifically rather than through the more sustained, ongoing presence his 3 fellow conventional animatronics generally maintain throughout the same extended timeline. Differences in apparent awareness deserve direct comparison here as well. Freddy's own calculated patience this video's earlier coverage examined in detail, suggesting perhaps the clearest evidence of deliberate, coordinated intention among the 4 conventional original animatronics, while Chica's own more personally textured aggression suggests something closer to genuine, retained emotional distress rather than pure, calculated strategy. Why Golden Freddy appears fundamentally different despite sharing the same tragedy as the others connects directly back to this video's earlier extensive coverage of his own uniquely inconsistent mechanics, teleportation, disappearance without movement, and the original game's own crash sequence, all representing genuine departures from the more conventional, if individually varied, possession this video has traced consistently through his 4 fellow original victims. Whether this difference reflects something genuinely distinct about whatever presence actually occupies Golden Freddy specifically, or whether it simply represents this franchise's own deliberate storytelling choice to preserve one central mystery even while resolving considerable additional detail regarding his fellow original missing children, remains exactly the kind of honest, open question this video has tried to maintain throughout its entire extensive investigation of this franchise's founding, defining tragedy. Part 33. Why the Animatronics Hunt the Guard. Expanding on the tragedy underlying these attacks requires connecting this video's extensive individual coverage of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy back to the broader, shared circumstances defining their entire collective experience throughout the original restaurant's own extended haunted period. Understanding why the children mistake Michael Afton specifically for William requires holding together his literal, biological connection to the man responsible for their deaths, alongside the deep, genuine tragedy of that connection, given what this franchise's later material eventually reveals about Michael's own complicated, considerably more sympathetic relationship with his father's crimes. Years of suffering distort their judgment in ways this video's earlier, individual coverage of each animatronic has already begun to illustrate. Bonnie's own urgent aggression and Foxy's own sudden, explosive violence, both suggesting spirits whose grief and confusion have hardened into something considerably closer to reflexive, undirected hostility rather than any carefully reasoned, deliberate pursuit of specific personal justice against the actual man responsible for their own individual deaths. Why the animatronics attacked adults, even though they were once innocent victims themselves, represents this section's central, genuinely difficult question. And this video wants to address it with the same careful nuance it has tried to maintain throughout its entire, extensive investigation. These children didn't choose to become dangerous. Their transformation into threats capable of genuinely harming innocent adults represents a direct, tragic consequence of the same circumstances that killed them in the first place. Years of confinement and unresolved trauma manifesting as violence, because no adult, throughout this entire extended period, ever intervened meaningfully enough to address their actual underlying suffering. Fear factors into this pattern as significantly as anger, worth considering directly alongside the more commonly discussed revenge motivation this video's broader coverage has already touched on throughout its individual character sections. Children who died suddenly and violently, transformed afterward into suits they may only partially understand or genuinely control, would have every reason to react with something resembling panic or self-protective aggression toward any unfamiliar adult presence appearing within their confined space after dark. Whether these attacks ultimately represent deliberate acts of calculated revenge, genuine expressions of ongoing fear, or simply tragic, confused misunderstanding born from years of unprocessed trauma, is a question this video isn't going to resolve with false, comfortable confidence. What can be said clearly, connecting directly back to everything this section has established, is that framing these attacks purely as monstrous, mindless hostility fundamentally misses the genuine tragedy underlying this entire pattern. 5 children. Failed repeatedly by every adult and institution responsible for protecting them, expressing whatever remained of their own trauma in the only way years of confinement had apparently left available to them by this specific point in their own considerably extended, considerably devastating story. Part 34. Following William Afton. Reconstructing the years leading toward the Follow Me minigames requires this video to trace the extended, largely undocumented period separating the original restaurant's eventual closure from William Afton's own fateful return, examining how the 5 spirits this investigation has covered so extensively continue existing throughout this genuinely quiet, difficult stretch of this franchise's broader timeline. How the spirits continue haunting Freddy's after the restaurant closes connects directly back to this video's much earlier coverage of possession mechanics generally, established during this investigation's opening section, confirming that these children's continued existence depends on their connection to the physical suits themselves rather than on the business or building surrounding them. A closed, empty restaurant offered these 5 spirits nothing resembling genuine relief or release, their situation persisting essentially unchanged, despite whatever hope the company's own management may have privately held regarding what closure might accomplish for their own separate, considerably more mundane business concerns. Why William eventually returns requires this video to draw together evidence scattered across multiple games released well after the events this specific return actually depicts, suggesting William maintained detailed knowledge of these animatronics' true, supernatural nature throughout the years separating the original missing children's incident from this eventual fateful decision. Understanding, in a way this franchise's broader material suggests the company's own ordinary staff generally didn't, exactly what these suits actually contained, and why they had begun behaving the way this video's earlier. Extensive coverage has already traced in considerable individual detail. his decision to begin dismantling the animatronics one by one. Examined in far greater specific detail throughout this video's immediately following sections, appears connected to some combination of practical concern regarding the ongoing danger these suits still posed, and a considerably more troubling personal motivation this video's broader coverage has already flagged without ever claiming false certainty regarding his exact underlying reasoning throughout this entire investigation. How the children's search for justice ultimately leads to his downfall represents this section's central forward-looking thread, connecting directly to this video's next several sections examining exactly what happens once William's own systematic dismantling brings him into direct, unavoidable confrontation with the very spirits whose deaths he had personally caused years earlier. Spirits who had spent this entire extended period trapped within the same building, their own grief and confusion never meaningfully addressed by anyone, including, as this section has now established clearly, the man specifically returning to eliminate the only remaining form of continued existence these 5 children actually had left available to them. Part 35. The original spirits confront William Afton. Examining the Follow Me minigames in careful, direct detail brings this video to one of this franchise's single most significant confrontations, and reconstructing exactly what happens requires drawing together the implication-heavy visual storytelling this investigation has referenced consistently throughout its coverage of nearly every major event examined across this entire extensive video. Describing William dismantling the animatronics reveals a sequence structured around implication rather than direct depiction, consistent with this franchise's established pattern regarding its most difficult, consequential moments this video has already traced repeatedly throughout its earlier coverage. His actions throughout this sequence suggest someone treating these animatronics primarily as mechanical objects to be disassembled and discarded, rather than as vessels containing the actual, continued presence of the children he had personally killed years earlier. The appearance of the children's spirits, depicted through shadow figures rather than through the physical, mechanical forms this video has traced throughout its extensive individual coverage of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy specifically, suggests something significant about how these spirits' continued existence actually functions independent of any intact physical vessel. Connecting directly back to this video's much earlier, foundational discussion regarding possession mechanics generally. His desperate retreat into the safe room, examined here in direct connection to this video's much earlier coverage, establishing that room's original, considerably more innocent purpose within Fazbear Entertainment's broader safety precautions, carries genuine symbolic weight given everything this investigation has established. A space originally designed to protect employees from the very animatronics William himself had corrupted becomes, in this specific final confrontation, the only remaining refuge available to the man whose own crimes had made that corruption possible in the first place. Why this confrontation represents one of the defining moments in this franchise connects directly to everything this video has traced throughout its extensive coverage of these 5 original spirits individually. 5 children, given voice and genuine agency finally through the destruction of the suits that had contained them, using whatever remained of their own continued existence to ensure the man responsible for their deaths could not simply walk away from the consequences of what he had done to them. A confrontation this video's next several sections examining the Springlock failure itself and William's subsequent transformation into Springtrap are about to trace through to its own, considerably more detailed and mechanically specific conclusion. Part 36. the legacy of the first 5. Concluding the story of the original missing children before this video moves on to later haunted characters requires summarizing exactly how Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz and Golden Freddy shaped every major event this franchise's much broader timeline actually produces, connecting directly back to everything this investigation has established across its extensive, individually dedicated coverage of each character throughout the preceding sections. Their possession, established through Charlie's own compassionate action this video examined during its earliest foundational coverage, created this franchise's entire template for how possession functions, a template every subsequent haunted character this investigation is about to examine, whether following this exact mechanism precisely or representing some meaningful departure from it, ultimately exists in direct relation to their years spent haunting the original restaurant, examined throughout this video's coverage of why these 5 specific spirits attacked the night guard and mistook Michael for William specifically, established the emotional and thematic foundation this franchise's entire horror identity has relied on ever since. 5 children failed by every adult responsible for protecting them, expressing decades of unresolved trauma through exactly the kind of violence this video has tried throughout its entire investigation to present with appropriate nuance rather than simple, uncomplicated monstrosity. Their eventual confrontation with William Afton, examined in detail throughout this video's immediately preceding sections, directly created Springtrap, this franchise's second major haunted figure this investigation's next dedicated section is about to examine in considerable depth, meaning William's own eventual transformation exists entirely because of these 5 children's own continued supernatural presence and their own genuine, if tragically limited, capacity for eventual justice against the man who had wronged them so completely. Every future possessed animatronic this video is going to examine throughout its remaining extensive coverage exists because of the tragedy that began at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza specifically, whether through direct mechanical continuity. As this video's upcoming coverage of the toy animatronics and withered suits is about to demonstrate, or through William Afton's own subsequent, considerably more deliberate experimentation with the exact supernatural mechanism these 5 children's own deaths first, tragically, brought into this franchise's world. With their story now concluded, this video is ready to move directly into the puppet's own considerably more extensive, dedicated coverage, examining Charlie's own complete journey as the figure whose singular, compassionate act made everything this investigation has traced throughout this entire section actually possible in the first place. Part 37. The Puppet Before Possession. Examining the puppet before Charlie's death requires this video to shift focus specifically toward Henry Emily's own design intentions, establishing a meaningful contrast against everything this investigation has traced throughout its extensive coverage of William Afton's own considerably more troubling creations and motivations across the preceding sections of this entire video. Why Henry Emily designed the security puppet connects directly to this video's much earlier coverage, establishing him as the more conscientious, safety-focused half of the original business partnership. A detail this investigation traced during its foundational coverage of Fazbear Entertainment's earliest, ordinary origins, well before any tragedy transformed the company's identity permanently. How it was programmed to protect children reflects this same underlying concern. The puppet functioning as a genuine security feature within the original restaurant's design, intended specifically to monitor and presumably intervene regarding potential threats to the children visiting the business Henry and William had built together during this considerably more innocent earlier period. This video's much broader coverage has already established in detail why it represents the complete opposite of William Afton's own creations deserves direct emphasis here, connecting back to this video's earlier, extensive coverage of William's own deliberate experiments with remnant and possession, examined throughout this investigation's opening section, covering the broader rules governing this franchise's supernatural world, where William's later creations were designed specifically to capture and exploit the puppet's original purpose centered entirely on protection. A distinction this video considers essential to understanding exactly how devastating Charlie's eventual death actually represents, given the role her own father had specifically designed this figure to serve. Its role at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza before supernatural events transformed it forever positions the puppet as a genuinely functional, if ultimately limited, safety feature within the restaurant's broader operation, present and active well before Charlie's own death, would transform this same figure into this franchise's first confirmed possession, examined in far greater specific detail throughout this video's immediately following section. Establishing this original protective purpose matters enormously for appreciating exactly how tragic the puppet's own eventual failure to save Charlie and time genuinely represents. A security feature specifically designed to protect children, present at the exact moment its own designer's daughter needed that protection most, arriving, according to this franchise's own established sequence of events, just moments too late to actually prevent what had already happened. Part 38. Charlotte Emily becomes the puppet. Reconstructing Charlie's murder in careful chronological order requires this video to draw together evidence this investigation has already touched on throughout its earlier, foundational coverage, presenting the complete sequence directly here in the considerably more focused, dedicated context this specific section warrants, given the puppet's own central importance to everything this entire video is examining throughout its extensive runtime. William's actions during this sequence connect directly to this franchise's own established pattern of implication over explicit depiction this video has traced consistently throughout its earlier coverage. The games choosing never to show violence directly, even at their most devastating, consequential moments. What the evidence suggests is that Charlie became separated from a gathering at the restaurant, ending up outside the building rather than remaining inside with the other children and staff present that specific evening. The security puppet minigame itself depicts what follows with genuine, deliberate visual restraint, showing the puppet moving through rain toward the spot where Charlie lies. The rain itself carrying real symbolic weight, rather than serving merely as atmospheric detail, emphasizing distance and difficulty as the puppet struggles to reach a child who needed help immediately, arriving, according to how this specific scene plays out, too late to change what had already happened by the time it finally reached her. The puppet crawling toward Charlie represents this entire sequence's most emotionally direct visual choice, the character's own movement conveying genuine urgency and desperation in a manner this video's broader coverage hasn't encountered quite as directly throughout any of its earlier examination of this franchise's more mechanically conventional haunted animatronics. The moment possession occurs follows immediately from this arrival, the puppet collapsing beside Charlie, rather than continuing to move or react the way it does throughout nearly every other scene this franchise depicts. A stillness that reads considerably closer to genuine grief than any kind of mechanical malfunction. Comparing this possession with the missing children's own later hauntings, examined throughout this video's much more extensive earlier coverage, reveals exactly why Charlie's case appears more immediate and direct. Her connection to the puppet, forming through what reads as an instinctive, almost spontaneous bond, rather than through the more deliberate, chosen act of transfer this video traced during its detailed examination of the Give Gifts, Give Life sequence specifically. Part 39. The Puppet, Protector of the Lost. Exploring Charlie's role after death requires this video to return directly to the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame, examined initially during this investigation's much earlier, foundational coverage, now revisited here with the puppet's own complete individual story, firmly established through this video's immediately preceding sections. Performing a more detailed breakdown of this sequence than this video's opening coverage originally allowed, reveals Charlie, now transformed into the puppet, moving methodically between each of the fallen children following the missing children's incident. Her own actions throughout this scene conveying deliberate purpose, rather than the chaotic, accidental quality this video has generally associated with more conventional, unplanned supernatural events throughout its broader coverage. How the puppet appears to guide the missing children's spirits into the original animatronics connects directly to everything this video has already established regarding Charlie's own original protective purpose. Examined throughout this section's immediately preceding coverage, her extension of continued existence to these 5 children reads as a direct continuation of exactly the protective instinct her own father originally designed her to embody, now expressed through considerably more significant supernatural means than Henry could ever have reasonably anticipated when he first built this particular security feature. Why Charlie chooses compassion instead of revenge deserves direct examination here as well, distinguishing her own response to profound personal tragedy from the considerably more aggressive, confused patterns this video traced throughout its extensive coverage of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy specifically. Rather than directing her own grief toward hostility, Charlie's actions throughout this entire sequence consistently prioritize helping others avoid the same fundamental failure that had cost her own life. A distinction this video considers central to understanding her particular character within this franchise's much broader, considerably more complicated story. How she becomes the emotional center of the series connects directly to everything this section has established. A child whose own death represents this franchise's very first tragedy, transformed afterward into the figure specifically responsible for, extending whatever comfort and continued existence remained possible to every other child failed by the same underlying pattern of institutional negligence and exploited trust this video's much broader coverage has traced consistently throughout its entire extensive investigation of this franchise's central defining story. Part 40. The Puppet Across the Entire Timeline. Following the puppet through Five Nights at Freddy's 2, Five Nights at Freddy's 3, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, and her eventual transformation into Lefty specifically allows this video to trace Charlie's complete journey across this franchise's entire decade-spanning timeline, connecting directly back to everything this investigation has established throughout its extensive coverage of her original death and subsequent protective transformation. Her presence throughout the second game connects directly to this video's much earlier, dedicated coverage of the Save Them incident. This investigation's upcoming section is about to examine in far greater specific detail. The puppet's continued involvement, suggesting her protective role may extend considerably further than simply the 5 original missing children this video has already covered. so extensively throughout its preceding sections. Her role throughout Five Nights at Freddy's 3 connects directly to the Happiest Day minigame this video has referenced consistently throughout its coverage of Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie and Fritz specifically. Charlie's own actions presenting cake and celebration to her fellow spirits, in a scene this documentary has consistently read as representing genuine, meaningful resolution for at least most of the children she had personally helped throughout this entire extended period. Examining Charlie's goals throughout this considerable stretch of this franchise's timeline reveals remarkable consistency. Her actions throughout every single appearance this video has traced consistently prioritizing protection and comfort for other spirits rather than any pursuit of personal vengeance against William Afton specifically, a distinction that matters enormously given everything this video has established regarding her own fellow victims' considerably more aggressive, confused patterns of behavior throughout this same extended period. Her attempts to protect other spirits, examined throughout this section's broader coverage, culminate directly in her own transformation into Lefty, examined in far greater specific detail once this video reaches its dedicated section covering that particular development. Henry Emily's own deliberate design finally succeeding in containing and protecting his own daughter's spirit after decades of the exact kind of tragedy this video has traced throughout its entire extensive investigation. Whether Henry's final plan ultimately allows Charlie herself to genuinely rest connects directly to this video's much later, dedicated coverage of Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic conclusion, a question this investigation is going to address with the same careful, honest nuance it has tried to maintain consistently throughout every section of this entire comprehensive video. Part 41. The new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, introducing the location central to Five Nights at Freddy's 2, requires this video to examine Fazbear Entertainment's own attempted response to the original missing children's incident. A response that, despite genuine technical upgrades this section is about to detail, would ultimately fail to prevent a second wave of tragedy this investigation's next section is going to examine directly. Fazbear Entertainment's attempt to rebuild its reputation, centered specifically on advanced facial recognition technology, a system this video's much earlier coverage of possession versus programming already flagged as a genuine, confirmed, non-supernatural safety measure the company introduced specifically to distinguish authorized staff from unauthorized visitors within the newer restaurants. Own considerably more sophisticated security framework. Toy animatronics represented this location's most visible upgrade, an entirely new generation of characters built with brighter colors, more expressive faces, and considerably more advanced mechanical systems than the original 4 animatronics this video has already examined so extensively throughout its preceding sections. This redesign reflected a deliberate business decision to distance the company's public image from the original restaurant's own increasingly troubled reputation. Improved security measures extended beyond simple facial recognition as well, the newer restaurant's own overall design reflecting genuine, if ultimately insufficient. Lessons the company appeared to have drawn from the original location's own catastrophic failures, this video's much earlier coverage established in considerable detail throughout its examination of the original missing children's incident specifically. A completely redesigned restaurant, built specifically to project safety and modern reliability, represented Fazbear Entertainment's clearest, most direct attempt to move past the original tragedy without genuinely confronting the underlying institutional failures that had actually enabled it in the first place. A distinction this video's much broader coverage has traced consistently throughout its entire investigation of this company's persistent pattern of prioritizing image over genuine accountability. How the company unknowingly recreates the conditions that allowed William to strike before connects directly to this video's next section, examining exactly how, despite every genuine technical upgrade this section has detailed, the newer restaurant ultimately failed to prevent William Afton from finding, once again, exactly the kind of access and opportunity his own crimes had always fundamentally depended on, regardless of how sophisticated the surrounding security technology happened to be at any given point throughout this franchise's much broader, considerably more troubling timeline. Part 42. The Save Them Murders. Performing a complete reconstruction of this second major killing spree requires this video to examine the Save Them minigame carefully, distinguishing directly between confirmed visual evidence and the considerable fan interpretation this particular sequence has generated throughout years of ongoing discussion across this franchise's broader community. The known sequence of events, as best this video can reconstruct from the minigame's own deliberately fragmented presentation, shows a restaurant layout distinct from the original location this video examined extensively throughout its earlier coverage of the missing children's incident specifically, suggesting an entirely different building rather than any direct continuation of events at the original restaurant this investigation has already covered in considerable individual detail. William's appearance within the restaurant during this sequence reinforces his direct continued connection to this second tragedy, consistent with the pattern this video has already traced throughout its extensive coverage of his calculated crimes against Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie and Fritz specifically, suggesting continuity in exactly who was responsible for this apparent second wave of harm, rather than any entirely separate, unrelated perpetrator this investigation would need to introduce and examine independently. The puppet's involvement throughout this sequence connects directly back to this video's immediately preceding, dedicated coverage of Charlie's own broader protective role. Her appearance here suggesting her continued commitment toward addressing harm connected to Fazbear Entertainment more generally, even beyond the 5 original missing children this investigation has already examined so extensively throughout its earlier sections. How these murders differ from the original missing children's incident matters considerably for this video's broader understanding of William's own evolving pattern of behavior. Where the original incident produced 5 individually confirmed, named victims, this investigation traced through gravestone evidence and dedicated minigame sequences. The Save Them related tragedy remains considerably less clear regarding exactly how many children were affected specifically, a genuine limitation this video wants to acknowledge honestly, rather than inventing false certainty this franchise's own confirmed material simply doesn't support. What this section can conclude with reasonable confidence is that this second incident represents genuine, continued harm connected directly to William Afton, occurring at a distinct location and involving, as best this video can determine, an entirely separate group of victims from the 5 children this investigation has already covered in such extensive individual detail throughout its earlier, dedicated character-focused sections. Part 43. Toy Freddy, Haunted or Hacked. Investigating Toy Freddy as the first of this newer generation of redesigned animatronics requires this video to directly compare Phone Guy's own official explanations against the supernatural evidence this investigation has already gathered throughout its examination of the Save Them minigame specifically, applying the same careful distinction this video's opening section established regarding possession versus straightforward programming. Phone Guy's explanation of facial recognition systems and criminal databases delivered through his own recorded messages throughout the second game, frames Toy Freddy's aggressive behavior through purely technical language, suggesting a security system responding to perceived threats rather than any direct acknowledgement of genuine supernatural possession, comparable to what this video traced throughout its extensive coverage of Freddy Fazbear, specifically during its earlier sections. Comparing this official explanation against the Save the Minigame's own genuine supernatural evidence reveals a meaningful tension this video wants to address directly, rather than resolve prematurely. If genuine possession connects to this second tragedy in some capacity, as this video's immediately preceding section suggested, Toy Freddy's own specific relationship to that broader supernatural framework remains considerably less clear than the more direct, confirmed connection this investigation established regarding the original Freddy specifically. Examining whether Toy Freddy is truly possessed or simply behaving according to corrupted security programming requires weighing both explanations honestly, rather than assuming either one automatically applies. The character's own more mechanically sophisticated design, built specifically with the facial recognition and security features this video's immediately preceding coverage already detailed, offers genuine, plausible grounding for a purely technical explanation that wouldn't require any supernatural possession whatsoever. At the same time, this video's broader coverage has already established genuine supernatural influence connecting to this second tragedy through the puppet's own confirmed involvement, leaving open the possibility that Toy Freddy's relationship to whatever spirit or spirits connect to the Save Them incident specifically remains real. Even if considerably less individually confirmed than this investigation was able to establish regarding his original counterpart throughout its much earlier, dedicated coverage. This video's position, weighing both explanations carefully, treats Toy Freddy's status as genuinely, honestly uncertain, representing neither confirmed possession nor confirmed pure programming, but rather one of this franchise's clearest examples of exactly the kind of deliberate ambiguity this investigation's opening section established as central to understanding how carefully this franchise distinguishes or deliberately declines to distinguish between genuine supernatural haunting and sophisticated, if ultimately mundane, technical malfunction. Part 44. Toy Bonnie and Toy Chica. Studying Toy Bonnie and Toy Chica together allows this video to apply the same careful analytical framework this investigation's immediately preceding section established regarding Toy Freddy specifically. Examining these two characters as a connected pair, given how consistently the games themselves tend to present them together throughout their shared appearances across the second game's own extended timeline. Analyzing their movement patterns reveals behavior broadly consistent with the aggressive, active threat pattern this video's earlier coverage traced through the original Bonnie and Chica specifically, though translated through this newer generation's own considerably more advanced mechanical systems and redesigned physical appearance. Reflecting the broader technological upgrade this video's earlier coverage of the newer restaurant already established in detail. Their black eyes represent one of this franchise's more visually striking and frequently discussed design details. A departure from these characters' own original, considerably more cheerful appearance that many fans read as visual shorthand for genuine corruption or possession. Though this video wants to note directly that this remains consistent with so much of this investigation's careful approach throughout its entire coverage, a reasonable interpretation rather than any confirmed, textually stated explanation. Their aggressive behavior throughout the second game connects directly to the broader threat pattern this video's earlier coverage of Toy Freddy already established. these two characters representing genuine, significant danger throughout any given night, regardless of whether that danger ultimately stems from possession, programming, or some combination this section is about, to weigh directly against the specific evidence connecting them to the Save Them incident. Their connections to the Save Them incident specifically remain considerably less individually confirmed than this video was able to establish regarding the puppet's own broader involvement throughout its immediately preceding coverage, leaving genuine, honest uncertainty regarding whether either character specifically contains an individual spirit connected to that second tragedy, or whether their aggressive behavior stems primarily from the same kind of technical malfunction this video's coverage of Toy Freddy already examined in considerable depth. Comparing arguments supporting possession against explanations based purely on programming and malfunction reveals, consistent with this video's approach throughout its entire investigation of the toy animatronics specifically, genuine room for both interpretations within the actual, confirmed evidence this franchise provides. Rather than forcing a premature, artificially confident conclusion, this section considers it more honest to present this genuine uncertainty directly, treating Toy Bonnie and Toy Chica as characters whose relationship to genuine supernatural possession remains meaningfully less clear than their original counterparts throughout this franchise's much earlier, more thoroughly documented tragedy. Part 45. Mangle, one of FNaF's strangest. Exploring Mangle requires this video to examine a character whose unusual design and behavior sets it apart even from the already considerable strangeness this investigation has traced throughout its coverage of Toy Freddy, Toy Bonnie, and Toy Chica specifically, representing perhaps this franchise's single most genuinely enigmatic haunted, or possibly haunted, character throughout its entire decade-spanning history. Mangle's unusual design stems directly from repeated dismantling by children during normal operating hours, an in-universe explanation the games provide directly for this character's genuinely unsettling, partially disassembled appearance, transforming what began as a conventional Fox-themed toy animatronic into something considerably more chaotic and visually disturbing than any of this. Franchise's more conventionally intact haunted characters this video has examined throughout its preceding coverage. Impossible movement represents one of Mangle's most consistently noted behavioral traits, the character capable of navigating spaces and positions that would be genuinely difficult, if not entirely impossible, for a conventionally intact animatronic to achieve. A detail some fans read as suggesting genuine supernatural influence beyond simple physical damage, though this video maintains its established caution regarding how confidently this specific reading can actually be applied, given the game's own considerable ambiguity surrounding this particular character. Radio interference connects Mangle to a broader pattern of unexplained technical phenomena this franchise occasionally associates with genuine supernatural presence, though this specific detail remains consistent with so much of this character's overall treatment throughout this franchise's material, considerably more suggestive than definitively confirmed. Ceiling traversal represents perhaps Mangle's most visually distinctive and narratively significant ability. The character's own damaged, considerably more flexible physical structure, allowing movement patterns entirely unavailable to this franchise's more conventionally intact haunted animatronics. A genuinely unique quality that sets Mangle apart even from the already varied behavioral profiles. This video has traced throughout its extensive coverage of every other character examined so far. Whether Mangle's bizarre behavior reflects supernatural influence, severe mechanical damage, or some combination of both explanations this section has raised remains. Consistent with this video's approach throughout its entire investigation, a question this franchise's own material simply doesn't resolve with any genuine confidence. Why Mangle remains one of this franchise's most enigmatic characters connects directly to this fundamental, persistent ambiguity. A haunted-seeming animatronic whose actual relationship to genuine possession stays meaningfully less clear than nearly every other character this video has examined throughout its extensive, ongoing coverage of this franchise's much broader supernatural world. Part 46. Balloon Boy and JJ. Investigating Balloon Boy and JJ separately from this video's broader coverage of the toy animatronics requires acknowledging directly, from the outset, how genuinely different these two characters behave compared to every other animatronic this investigation has examined throughout its entire extensive coverage so far, raising a genuinely distinct question regarding whether either character should even be considered possessed in the first place. Balloon Boy's unusual behavior centers specifically on his complete absence of any direct physical attack capability, distinguishing him immediately from every other character this video has traced throughout its coverage of both the original 4 animatronics and the newer toy generation examined throughout this section's immediately preceding coverage. This absence of direct threat represents a genuinely significant departure from the pattern this investigation has established consistently throughout its entire examination of this franchise's confirmed dangerous characters. His ability to disable flashlight systems represents Balloon Boy's actual, confirmed gameplay function, a mechanic that creates genuine difficulty for players without ever crossing into the kind of direct, physical danger this video's broader coverage has associated consistently with genuine possession throughout its examination of every other significant character encountered so far. Comparing this with JJ's own considerably more limited appearances reveals a character whose functional role remains even less developed than Balloon Boy's, appearing primarily as a variant encountered under specific circumstances rather than as a fully realized, independently significant character this investigation could examine with the same depth this video has applied throughout its coverage of this franchise's more thoroughly documented haunted animatronics, discussing whether either character should be considered possessed or simply strange background animatronics requires this video to apply its own established framework directly, distinguishing between characters whose behavior suggests genuine, confirmed supernatural presence, and characters whose unusual qualities might simply reflect deliberate, if genuinely strange, design choices this franchise's developers made without necessarily intending any specific individual spirit connection at all. This section's honest conclusion, consistent with the careful, evidence-based approach this video has maintained throughout its entire investigation, treats Balloon Boy and JJ as genuinely uncertain cases, lacking the kind of direct, confirmed supernatural evidence this investigation has established regarding characters like Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, or even, with somewhat less certainty, the broader toy animatronic generation examined throughout this section's immediately preceding coverage. Their strange, limited function within this franchise's broader story may simply reflect creative, atmospheric choices rather than any genuine individual possession this video could confidently confirm based on the actual, available evidence this franchise provides. Part 47. Are the toy animatronics possessed? Bringing together every piece of evidence this video has gathered throughout its extensive individual coverage of Toy Freddy, Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, Mangle, Balloon Boy, and JJ allows this section to present a comprehensive final assessment regarding this franchise's broader toy animatronic generation as a whole, weighing the strongest arguments for and against genuine possession this investigation has encountered throughout its entire careful examination of this specific section. Examining the Save Them minigame once more, alongside the puppet's own confirmed direct involvement this video's earlier coverage established in considerable detail, provides this section's clearest evidence supporting genuine supernatural connection between this newer generation of animatronics and the second tragedy this investigation has traced throughout its dedicated coverage of that specific, considerably less individually documented incident. Bone Guy's own dialogue, examined throughout this video's coverage of Toy Freddy specifically, provides this section's clearest evidence supporting the alternative, purely technical explanation, framing this generation's aggressive behavior through facial recognition systems and security protocols, rather than through any direct, explicit acknowledgement of genuine possession, comparable to what this video traced throughout its much earlier, more thoroughly documented coverage of the original 4 animatronics. Aggressive behavior throughout the second game's own extended timeline supports either interpretation equally, this video's broader coverage having already established that dangerous, threatening behavior alone doesn't confirm genuine possession any more definitively than it might confirm sophisticated, if ultimately non-supernatural, security malfunction throughout this franchise's own considerably more complicated internal logic. Later references across this franchise's broader material provide only limited additional clarity. This video's own coverage throughout this section having consistently found genuine honest ambiguity rather than any decisive confirmed resolution regarding exactly how much genuine spirit possession connects to this specific generation of animatronics compared to the more straightforward mechanical malfunction this section has weighed as a genuinely plausible alternative explanation throughout its entire careful examination. Presenting the strongest arguments both for and against possession, this video's final position on the toy animatronics treats them as genuinely, honestly uncertain, more likely connected to some degree of real supernatural influence given the puppet's own confirmed involvement, while stopping meaningfully short of the confident, individually specific confirmation this investigation was able to establish regarding Freddy, Bonnie, Chica and Foxy throughout its much earlier, considerably more thoroughly documented coverage of this franchise's original founding tragedy. Part 48. The Withered Animatronics, concluding this section's broader coverage of the second restaurant by returning directly to the Withered Animatronics, requires this video to clarify a distinction that matters enormously for accurate understanding, given how frequently casual discussion of this franchise treats these characters as an entirely new, separate category of haunted figure, rather than what they actually represent, explaining that Withered Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy are not new haunted characters, but the same spirits this video examines so extensively throughout its earlier, dedicated coverage of the original missing children's incident matters enormously for maintaining exactly the kind of careful, accurate categorization this investigation has tried to preserve consistently throughout its entire runtime. These are Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and whatever presence connects to Golden Freddy specifically, now occupying older, considerably more heavily damaged suits rather than any newly introduced separate spirits this video would need to examine independently. Why the company stores them rather than destroying them connects directly back to this video's much broader coverage of Fazbear Entertainment's own consistent established pattern regarding suits connected to tragedy. This investigation having already traced this exact same behavior throughout its earlier coverage of Fredbear's Family Diner's own original Springlock suits. And this pattern continuing here with the original 4 animatronics being relocated to the newer restaurant's own parts and service area, rather than being genuinely eliminated following the original location's eventual closure. How they continue to function despite years of neglect deserves direct examination here as well. These suits own considerable physical deterioration failing, consistent with this video's established understanding of possession mechanics throughout this entire investigation. To actually diminish the underlying spirit's own continued presence or capacity for genuine active threat throughout the second game's own extended timeline. How they connect FNaF 2 directly back to the original missing children's incident matters enormously for this video's broader chronological understanding of this franchise's entire story. These withered animatronics representing this investigation's clearest, most direct evidence that the original tragedy this video examines so extensively throughout its earlier sections never actually concluded, with the first restaurant's own closure, but instead continued, essentially unresolved, into this considerably newer setting this section has now examined throughout its own extensive dedicated coverage. With this connection now firmly established, this video is ready to move directly into its next major section, examining William Afton's own eventual transformation into Springtrap, tracing exactly how the man responsible for creating every single tragedy this investigation has covered throughout its entire runtime so far ultimately became, through his own catastrophic misjudgment, this franchise's own next major haunted figure. Part 49. Spring Bonnie before William Afton. Introducing Spring Bonnie as a character before its eventual permanent association with murder requires this video to return directly to Fredbear's Family Diner, examined briefly during this investigation's much earlier, foundational coverage, establishing this particular suit's own genuinely innocent origins before William Afton's own crimes transformed its legacy entirely throughout the remainder of this franchise's much broader story. The dual-purpose Springlock design, examined here in far greater specific detail than this video's earlier, more general coverage allowed, represented genuinely innovative technology for its own particular era, allowing a single costume to function both as a standalone, performing animatronic, and as a wearable suit capable of being operated directly by a human employee once its internal locking mechanism had been properly secured into place. How employees safely operated the suit during performances connects directly to this specific technology's own intended, legitimate function. Staff members entering the suit specifically to interact directly with children in a manner standard. Non-wearable animatronics simply couldn't replicate, offering families a considerably more personal, engaging entertainment experience than the more passive, stage-bound performances this video's earlier coverage traced throughout its examination of the original 4 animatronics specifically. Why Fredbear's Family Diner relied on these revolutionary costumes connects directly to this video's much broader coverage of the diner's own early commercial success. This specific technology representing a genuine competitive advantage that helped establish the business's own initial popularity well before William Afton and Henry Emily ever expanded their operation into the considerably larger restaurant chain this investigation has examined so extensively throughout its earlier sections. Exploring why Spring Bonnie was originally one of the restaurant's most beloved mascots requires this video to emphasize directly as it has throughout its coverage of nearly every character examined so far, that nothing about this suit's own original design or purpose suggested anything remotely sinister. Children specifically trusted and enjoyed Spring Bonnie precisely because of this suit's own genuine capacity for direct personal interaction. Exactly the same quality William Afton would eventually exploit so devastatingly effectively throughout his own confirmed crimes, this video examined in considerable detail throughout its much earlier coverage. Establishing this original, beloved reputation matters enormously for understanding exactly how devastating William's own eventual misuse of this specific costume actually represents, transforming a genuinely innovative, well-loved piece of family entertainment technology into precisely the mechanism that made his own crimes against Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz specifically possible in the first place. A transformation this investigation's remaining sections throughout this entire part of the video are about to trace through to its own, considerably more devastating and mechanically specific conclusion. Part 50. William returns to Freddy's. Reconstructing William's return to the abandoned original restaurant requires this video to draw together evidence scattered across multiple games released well after the events this specific return actually depicts. Examining the likely reasons behind his decision through careful, honest weighing of every plausible explanation this franchise's own material genuinely supports. Whether he intended to destroy evidence represents one genuinely plausible motivation this section wants to consider directly. William's own crimes against the original 5 missing children this video has examined so extensively throughout its earlier coverage, having produced physical evidence in the form of the haunted, still functioning animatronics themselves. That would have represented genuine, ongoing legal and reputational risk to a man who had, by this specific point in this franchise's broader timeline, apparently avoided any direct formal accountability for his own confirmed actions. Whether he intended to study Remnant deserves equal consideration here, connecting directly back to this video's much earlier foundational coverage of that specific supernatural substance. William's own eventual, considerably more sophisticated experiments with Remnant throughout this franchise's later timeline, suggesting his understanding of this exact mechanism may have already been developing during this considerably earlier period this section is currently examining. Whether he intended to silence the spirits represents a third genuinely plausible motivation. William potentially understanding, even at this comparatively early stage, that these 5 children's continued supernatural presence represented an ongoing, active threat specifically to himself, given everything this video has already established regarding their own confused, trauma-driven aggression toward anyone connected to the man responsible for their original deaths. Whether he intended to reclaim technology rounds out this section's consideration of plausible motivations, the animatronics themselves representing genuinely valuable, sophisticated engineering William had personally contributed to developing, offering a considerably more mundane, practical explanation alongside the more clearly troubling possibilities this section has already examined in detail. Following his movements through the Follow Me minigames, examined here as this section's concluding focus, shows William's own initial confidence throughout this entire sequence, slowly turning toward genuine panic as this video's next several sections are about to trace in considerably more specific, mechanical detail his own carefully calculated return toward the building he presumably believed. He could still fully control gradually revealing itself as a catastrophic miscalculation regarding exactly what and exactly whom actually still occupied that specific abandoned restaurant after so many years of apparent quiet and undisturbed neglect. Part 51. Dismantling the haunted animatronics. Examining every stage of William destroying Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy requires this video to trace this specific sequence with the same careful, implication-based reading this investigation has applied consistently throughout its coverage of nearly every significant, consequential moment examined across this entire extensive video. His systematic approach throughout this sequence suggests genuine, calculated intention rather than any panicked or improvised response. William apparently treating this task as a deliberate continuation of his own broader, ongoing plan. This video's immediately preceding section already established several plausible motivations for working through each animatronic individually rather than attempting any less methodical, more chaotic approach toward the same underlying goal. Explaining why dismantling the suits fails to destroy the spirits connects directly back to this video's much earlier, foundational coverage of possession mechanics generally, established during this investigation's opening section, confirming that whatever bound Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz to their respective suits clearly persisted independent of those suits' own physical, mechanical integrity, a detail William himself appears to have fundamentally misunderstood throughout this entire, ultimately catastrophic sequence. How each act unknowingly releases the ghosts that have waited years for revenge deserves direct emphasis here. William's own systematic destruction of these physical vessels, apparently freeing these 5 spirits from whatever degree of physical constraint their intact suits had previously imposed, transforming what he presumably intended as a decisive, controlled solution into precisely the mechanism that would ultimately enable this video's next section, examining their direct, unavoidable confrontation. Discussing whether William truly understood what possession had become by this point requires this video to acknowledge genuine, honest uncertainty, rather than claiming false confidence regarding his own internal, private understanding at this specific stage of this franchise's much broader timeline. His own actions throughout this entire sequence suggest someone treating these animatronics primarily as mechanical objects to be disassembled and discarded. A reading that implies genuine, significant ignorance regarding the true, considerably more dangerous nature of what his own destruction was actually accomplishing. This documented misunderstanding, William apparently believing that eliminating the mechanical vessel would resolve or at minimum neutralize the supernatural presence contained within it, represents this video's clearest example throughout its entire coverage of exactly how thoroughly he failed to grasp the actual, considerably more complicated nature of what his own original crimes had created. A miscalculation this investigation's next several sections examining his own direct confrontation and subsequent transformation are about to trace through to its own devastating, mechanically specific conclusion. Part 52. Cornered by the Spirits. Reconstructing the climax of the Follow Me minigames brings this video to one of this franchise's single most significant confrontations, and examining exactly how the ghosts surround William inside the safe room requires connecting this specific sequence directly back to everything this investigation has established throughout its extensive preceding coverage of both these 5 spirits individually and William's own systematic, if ultimately catastrophically misguided, destruction of their physical suits. The shadow figures depicted throughout this confrontation, appearing without the physical, mechanical form the animatronics themselves previously provided, connect directly to this video's much earlier, foundational discussion regarding possession mechanics generally, confirming that these spirits' own continued existence operates on a level considerably more fundamental than simple attachment to. Any single intact physical vessel a detail this investigation's immediately preceding section already began establishing in considerable detail. Why he believes wearing Spring Bonnie will protect him connects directly to this video's own earlier dedicated coverage of that particular suit's original, considerably more innocent purpose and design. William apparently believing, even at this specific moment of genuine mounting crisis, that the same Springlock mechanism this video traced throughout its earlier coverage could still function as genuine, reliable protection against the considerably more sophisticated, dangerous threat now actually surrounding him. How years of arrogance lead him into the worst decision of his life deserves direct examination here. Connecting this specific moment back to everything this video's much broader coverage has established regarding William's own character throughout this entire investigation. A man whose own confidence in his understanding of the exact technology and supernatural mechanisms he had personally helped create ultimately proves catastrophically fatally misplaced at precisely the moment that confidence mattered most. His retreat into this specific space, examined here in direct connection to this video's much earlier coverage, establishing the safe room's own original, considerably more innocent purpose within Fazbear Entertainment's broader safety precautions, carries genuine symbolic weight this investigation wants to emphasize directly. A space originally designed to protect employees from exactly the kind of danger William himself had personally created becomes, in this specific, decisive moment, the only remaining refuge available to the man whose own crimes had made that original danger possible in the first place. This confrontation's genuine significance connects directly to everything this video has traced throughout its extensive coverage of these 5 original spirits individually, representing the moment their own years of confused, trauma-driven aggression finally converges into something considerably more purposeful and, in whatever limited sense this franchise's own supernatural framework allows, genuinely just, setting up this investigation's next section examining the specific mechanical failure that would transform this confrontation into this franchise's next, considerably more complicated haunted figure. Part 53. The Springlock Failure Explained. Performing a detailed breakdown of Springlock technology requires this video to return directly to the mechanical explanation this investigation touched on briefly during its earlier, more general coverage of Fredbear's Family Diner, examining here, with considerably more specific technical detail, exactly how and why this particular failure mechanism actually functions throughout this franchise's own internal established logic. Explaining how the mechanisms function requires understanding that Springlock suits relied on a system of internal springs capable of being manually locked into a fixed, rigid position, holding the suit's own mechanical framework safely stable around whoever happened to be wearing it at any given time. When properly secured, this locking mechanism allowed a human performer to move and interact freely, while the suit's own considerable mechanical complexity remained harmlessly restrained throughout the entire duration of any given performance. Why moisture causes failure connects directly to this specific mechanism's own inherent vulnerability. Dampness and humidity, capable of degrading the spring's own structural integrity over time, gradually compromising their ability to remain securely locked in position even under otherwise normal, non-emergency circumstances. This franchise's broader material has established as a genuine ongoing concern throughout its entire earlier history of operation. How William's panic, movement, and the leaking roof combined to trigger the catastrophic collapse requires this video to bring together every relevant factor this section has already established individually. William's own frantic, unrestrained movement throughout his attempted escape, providing exactly the kind of physical stress this specific mechanism proved genuinely vulnerable to. While the safe room's own compromised structural condition, specifically its leaking roof, introduced precisely the moisture this section has already identified as this technology's single greatest, most persistent point of failure. Exploring why this scene remains one of the most iconic moments in horror gaming connects directly to everything this video has established throughout this entire section. A moment of genuine, devastating irony where the exact same technology that had enabled William's own crimes against Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz specifically, ultimately becomes the precise mechanism of his own catastrophic, personal undoing. This detailed, mechanical breakdown matters enormously for understanding this video's next section, examining exactly what William actually becomes following this specific, catastrophic failure. Transforming from a man who had spent this entire confrontation believing himself still fundamentally in control of his own situation into something this investigation's next section is about to examine. With the same careful, evidence-based approach this video has maintained consistently throughout its entire extensive coverage of every haunted character examined so far. Part 54. Becoming Springtrap. Investigating what William actually becomes after the Springlock collapse, this video's immediately preceding section, examined in considerable technical detail, requires this investigation to compare his own specific transformation directly against the missing children this video has examined so extensively throughout its earlier, dedicated coverage, establishing exactly why this particular case represents a meaningfully, genuinely different form of possession from anything this investigation has traced throughout its entire extensive coverage so far. The unique relationship between William's own corpse, his surviving consciousness, and the Spring Bonnie suit deserves direct, careful examination here. Unlike the 5 original missing children, whose own deaths occurred entirely separately from their eventual possession, William's own transformation happens through a single, continuous event, his body becoming trapped within the suit's own, collapsing internal mechanism at the exact moment his death, or something functionally equivalent to death, actually occurs. This documentary's broader coverage of possession mechanics, established throughout its opening section, generally requires a spirit to become bound to a suit following a separate, preceding death. William's own case complicates this established framework considerably, his consciousness appearing to persist through, or perhaps directly because of, the same catastrophic mechanical failure that killed him, rather than through any comparable process of a spirit later entering an already vacant, waiting physical vessel. Explaining why Springtrap represents a completely different form of possession from anything seen previously requires this video to emphasize this specific distinction directly. Where Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz each received their own continued existence through Charlie's own deliberate, compassionate intervention, examined throughout this video's much earlier, dedicated coverage of Give Gifts, Give Life, William's own survival appears to stem from something considerably more chaotic and unintentional, his own consciousness surviving seemingly through sheer stubborn refusal, rather than through any comparable act of external, deliberate compassion extended toward him by any other figure this franchise's broader story actually depicts. Whether William's own continued existence should genuinely be classified as human spirit possession, consistent with the category this video's opening section established during its earliest foundational coverage, or whether it represents something closer to a genuinely unique, hybrid category this franchise's own material has never fully, explicitly clarified, remains a question this video wants to address with the same honest uncertainty it has applied throughout its entire investigation of this franchise's considerably more genuinely ambiguous supernatural phenomena. What can be said with confidence is that Springtrap's own creation marks this franchise's clearest departure yet from the more straightforward possession template this video traced so extensively throughout its earlier coverage of the original 5 missing children specifically. Part 55. Trapped behind the wall. Following William during the 30 years separating the original restaurant's own confrontation from his eventual discovery decades later requires this video to examine what this franchise's own material implies and deliberately leaves unexplained regarding this particular character's own extended, considerably isolated experience throughout this genuinely significant gap in this investigation's broader, ongoing timeline. The sealed safe room, examined throughout this video's earlier coverage as both this suit's original site of catastrophic failure and its own eventual extended tomb, remained closed off from the rest of the abandoned building throughout this entire 30-year period. William's own body, or whatever remained of it, existing in complete isolation from any outside contact or intervention whatsoever throughout this genuinely extended stretch of time. The decaying restaurant surrounding this sealed space adds a further significant layer to this section's broader consideration. The entire building deteriorating throughout this same extended period without any of the ongoing business operation or regular maintenance this franchise's earlier coverage established as characteristic of the original restaurant's own considerably more active functioning period. The psychological horror of remaining trapped inside a rotting suit for decades represents this section's most genuinely difficult and most deliberately unexplored consideration. This franchise's own material offering remarkably little direct insight into William's own subjective experience throughout this entire extended period. A choice this video considers entirely consistent with this franchise's own established pattern of implication over explicit depiction. This investigation has traced consistently throughout its entire extensive coverage of nearly every significant consequential event examined across this entire video. What the games imply about this specific period involves William's own apparent continued survival throughout this entire time frame, later confirmed directly through his eventual discovery and subsequent reactivation. This video's immediately following section is about to examine in considerable specific detail, suggesting whatever mechanism actually sustained his own consciousness throughout this collapse proved genuinely durable across this considerable stretch of otherwise complete isolation and neglect. What the games deliberately leave unexplained, consistent with this section's own broader framing, involves nearly every specific detail regarding William's own actual experience throughout this entire 30-year period, this franchise's own writers apparently choosing, quite deliberately, to skip directly from the original collapse to his eventual rediscovery rather than exploring this genuinely significant gap in any further, more explicit detail this investigation might otherwise have wished to examine throughout the remainder of this particular, considerably more limited section. Part 56. Discovered by Fazbear's Fright. Explaining how the creators of Fazbear's Fright uncover Springtrap requires this video to examine the specific circumstances surrounding William's own eventual rediscovery. Connecting this event directly to the broader 30-year gap, this investigation's immediately preceding section already established as deliberately, significantly underexplored throughout this franchise's own broader material. Searching abandoned Freddy's locations for authentic relics represented this specific horror attraction's own genuine stated business purpose. Staff members deliberately seeking out original, historically significant pieces from this franchise's earlier, more troubled locations specifically to enhance their own newer attraction's authenticity and overall commercial appeal to visitors, specifically drawn toward this franchise's own considerably dark, well-established reputation. Reconstructing the discovery of the sealed safe room requires this video to acknowledge, once again, this franchise's own consistent pattern of implication regarding its most significant, consequential events, the games themselves never depicting this specific discovery in any considerable, explicit detail, leaving this investigation to infer the basic circumstances from the broader context this franchise's third major installment establishes throughout its own subsequent, considerably more detailed coverage of Springtrap's own reactivated presence. Why the staff unknowingly transport William to the horror attraction connects directly to this section's own established framing regarding the attraction's genuine, if ultimately catastrophically misguided, search for authentic historical material, the Spring Bonnie suit itself, containing William's own still surviving consciousness, presumably appearing to these staff members as exactly the kind of valuable, historically significant relic their own business specifically needed to enhance its overall commercial appeal. How Springtrap Awakens once again deserves direct examination here as well. This specific transition from 30 years of complete, undisturbed isolation into renewed, active presence representing a genuinely significant moment within this video's own broader coverage of William's continued, considerably extended story throughout this franchise's much larger timeline. This discovery matters enormously for setting up this video's immediately following section, examining Springtrap's own specific behavior throughout the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 3 directly. William's own extended isolation, finally ending not through any deliberate, careful intervention, specifically designed to address his own particular, considerable danger, but rather through simple, unfortunate coincidence, a group of staff members searching for nothing more than authentic, commercially valuable decoration ultimately, and quite unknowingly, releasing this franchise's own single most dangerous surviving figure back into active, considerably more direct contact with the general public once again. Part 57. Springtrap during Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Analyzing Springtrap's behavior throughout Five Nights at Freddy's 3 requires this video to compare his own specific movement, motivation, and overall approach directly against everything this investigation has established throughout its much earlier, extensive coverage of the original 5 missing children's own considerably different behavioral patterns, establishing exactly how fundamentally William's own goals differ from those of his own former victims. His movement throughout this specific game reflects considerably more deliberate, purposeful navigation compared to the more instinctive, patrol-like patterns this video traced throughout its earlier coverage of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy specifically. Springtrap's own approach suggesting genuine, retained strategic thinking rather than the more confused, trauma-driven aggression this investigation has associated consistently throughout its coverage of his own original victims. His attraction to audio lures represents this specific game's own central gameplay mechanic. Players using recorded sound specifically to redirect Springtrap's own attention away from their immediate location. A detail that suggests genuine, functioning sensory awareness and decision-making capacity considerably more sophisticated than the comparatively simpler, more predictable patterns this video has traced throughout its extensive earlier coverage of the 4 original animatronics specifically. His apparent intelligence throughout this entire game deserves direct emphasis here. William's own continued consciousness clearly retaining considerable cognitive function, despite everything this video's immediately preceding coverage established regarding his own extended 30-year period of complete isolation and physical decay, suggesting whatever mechanism actually sustained his consciousness throughout that entire period preserved not just basic survival, but genuine functioning awareness and strategic capability as well. His relentless pursuit of the Night Guard throughout this specific game connects directly to this section's broader comparison. William's own approach reading as considerably more calculated and deliberate compared to the more confused, trauma-driven pursuit this video has traced consistently throughout its coverage of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy specifically during their own extended haunting of the original restaurant. Comparing his actions with the child spirits reveals this section's central, defining conclusion. William's own goals throughout this entire game reflecting continued, deliberate self-preservation and evasion rather than any comparable expression of grief, confusion, or genuine desire for justice this video has traced consistently throughout its extensive earlier coverage of his own original victims. Springtrap isn't simply another haunted animatronic experiencing trauma comparable to Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie or Fritz specifically. He represents this franchise's own murderer, still actively, deliberately pursuing his own continued survival, at whatever cost that survival happens to require. Part 58. Surviving the Fire. Examining the ending of Five Nights at Freddy's 3 requires this video to trace the fire that destroys Fazbear's Fright, connecting this specific event directly to everything this investigation has established throughout its earlier coverage regarding William's own considerable demonstrated capacity for survival compared to every other possessed character this video has examined throughout its extensive, ongoing coverage. Discussing why Springtrap survives this specific fire, despite the attraction's own complete destruction, requires this video to draw together evidence scattered across this franchise's broader, subsequent material, connecting this specific survival directly to the considerably more sophisticated understanding of Remnant this investigation's much earlier foundational coverage established during its opening section. Whatever mechanism actually sustains William's own continued consciousness appears to have proven considerably more resilient than the physical structural damage this specific fire inflicted on the surrounding attraction itself. What evidence confirms his escape connects directly to this franchise's own subsequent material. William's own later appearances throughout this investigation's remaining coverage confirming, beyond reasonable doubt, that this specific fire failed to achieve anything resembling the genuine, decisive resolution this video's later dedicated coverage of Henry's own eventual, considerably more successful plan is going to examine in far greater specific detail. How his continued existence demonstrates William's extraordinary resilience compared with every other possessed character this video has examined deserves direct emphasis here, connecting this specific survival back to this investigation's much earlier coverage, establishing Springtrap's own genuinely unique category of possession, distinct from the more conventional, if individually varied, haunting this video traced so extensively throughout its coverage of Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz specifically. This particular resilience matters enormously for understanding why this franchise's own broader story required an entirely separate, considerably more deliberate intervention specifically to finally address William's own continued threat. Examined throughout this video's remaining sections, covering both his own subsequent transformation into Scraptrap and Henry's own eventual, considerably more successful final plan. Why this specific fire, despite its own genuine considerable destructive power, ultimately proved insufficient connects directly to everything this section has established throughout its entire coverage. William's own particular form of possession proving considerably more durable and resistant to conventional destruction than this video's earlier. More general coverage of possession mechanics might have otherwise suggested was possible. Setting up this investigation's next several sections, examining exactly what specific circumstances would eventually prove genuinely sufficient to finally address this franchise's own single most persistent, dangerous haunted figure. Part 59. Scrap Trap. William's last form. Introducing Scrap Trap requires this video to examine the dramatic changes to William's appearance by the time of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, comparing this specific, later form directly against the Springtrap design this investigation examined extensively throughout its immediately preceding coverage of Five Nights at Freddy's 3 specifically. Comparing Springtrap and Scrap Trap reveals a character whose physical deterioration has progressed considerably further by this later point in this franchise's timeline, William's own continued existence apparently taking an increasingly severe, visible toll on whatever remains of his own original physical form, despite the considerable resilience this video's immediately preceding section already established as characteristic of his own particular, genuinely unique form of possession. Exploring possible explanations for this specific redesign requires this video to consider several genuinely plausible factors together, rather than assuming any single explanation automatically accounts for this character's own considerably altered appearance. The years separating Five Nights at Freddy's 3 from Pizzeria Simulator's own eventual events likely allowed for continued, ongoing physical decay. William's own body and the surrounding suit both deteriorating further throughout this additional stretch of time this franchise's own broader timeline establishes as separating these two specific, significant events. Following William into Henry Emily's final trap connects directly to this video's much broader coverage of Henry's own decades-long commitment toward finally genuinely addressing the harm his former business partner had caused, examined throughout this investigation's much earlier coverage of the puppet's own broader story. This specific trap, representing the culmination of preparation this franchise's own broader material, suggests Henry had been quietly, deliberately working toward across this entire, considerably extended period. William's own decision to enter this particular trap, whatever his own specific reasoning may have actually been, connects directly to this video's earlier established understanding of his own character throughout this entire investigation. A figure whose considerable confidence in his own, continued survival and capacity for evasion appears to have persisted right up until this specific, decisive final confrontation this section is now directly building toward. This particular transformation from Springtrap's own already considerably deteriorated form into Scraptrap's own even more severely damaged final appearance sets up this video's immediately following, concluding section for this entire portion of the investigation, examining exactly what happens once William Afton, in whatever specific physical condition this section has now established he, ultimately reached, finally encounters the considerably more sophisticated, carefully planned trap Henry Emily had spent this entire franchise's own extended timeline quietly, deliberately preparing specifically for this exact, long-awaited moment. Part 60. Henry's Fire. Concluding William's physical journey requires this video to analyze Henry's final speech directly, examining the Pizzeria Simulator fire and William's apparent destruction with the same careful, evidence-based approach this investigation has maintained consistently throughout its entire extensive coverage of every significant event examined across this entire video so far. Henry's speech during this specific sequence represents one of this franchise's most direct pieces of storytelling, addressing the trapped spirits gathered throughout this final location specifically, rather than relying on the implication and environmental detail this video has traced throughout nearly every other significant moment examined across this entire extensive investigation. His words acknowledge decades of suffering directly, offering genuine, deliberate resolution rather than continued, indefinite confinement. Discussing whether this truly ends Springtrap's story requires this video to weigh the evidence carefully rather than assuming automatic definitive success, simply because this specific plan represented Henry's own most deliberate, carefully considered attempt yet at finally addressing William's own continued threat, the fire itself, consistent with this video's much earlier coverage establishing Remnant's own particular vulnerability to intense heat, offers a genuinely plausible mechanism for finally, decisively neutralizing whatever supernatural substance had sustained William's own continued survival throughout every previous attempt this investigation has traced across its extensive preceding coverage. Whether later games complicate that conclusion deserves direct, honest acknowledgement here. This video's own broader awareness of this franchise's subsequent material, suggesting genuine meaningful ambiguity, persists regarding exactly how thoroughly this specific fire actually resolved William's own particular situation. A question this investigation's later planned coverage of the franchise's considerably more modern era is going to need to address directly once this video eventually reaches that specific later portion of its own overall extensive structure. This documentary's own careful position, weighing everything established throughout this entire section, examining William's complete journey from Spring Bonnie's original innocent design through his own eventual transformation and this specific climactic fire, treats this moment as representing this franchise's most significant, deliberate attempt at genuine resolution regarding this particular character, even while acknowledging honest uncertainty regarding whether that resolution ultimately proved complete or permanent given this franchise's own subsequent, considerably more complicated material this investigation hasn't yet directly examined throughout its own coverage so far. Finishing this particular section by preparing for what comes next, this video's own broader investigation is now ready to move directly into an entirely new chapter of this franchise's story, examining how William Afton's own legacy and the broader supernatural mechanisms his own experiments first pioneered ultimately spread considerably beyond his own individual body and into the Funtime animatronics, remnant experiments, and increasingly complicated forms of consciousness this franchise's own later timeline would go on to introduce throughout the remainder of this investigation's own extensive ongoing coverage. Part 61. Circus Baby Before Possession. Circus Baby was William Afton's most technically advanced creation before the Funtime line existed as a full roster. And understanding her design requires separating what Fazbear Entertainment's public branding claimed from what her actual engineering was built to do. Publicly, Circus Baby's Pizza World and its companion rental service marketed Baby as a premium, next-generation entertainer, capable of one-on-one interaction no earlier animatronic could match. Privately, nearly every feature that made her impressive also made her dangerous. Her voice mimicry system could reproduce a child's own voice back at them, learned in real time during conversation rather than pre-recorded, a detail confirmed through her behavior in Sister Location's opening minigame, where she greets a child using the child's own name and inflection before the game's tone shifts. This wasn't decoration. Voice mimicry gave Baby a way to build immediate personal trust faster than any stage performer relying on generic, scripted friendliness ever could, collapsing the gap between stranger and confidant within a single conversation. Her design included a hidden storage compartment built directly into her torso, accessed through what appeared, on the surface, to be an ice cream dispenser. This mechanism doubled as a means of physically drawing a child inside her own body, a detail the game confirms through Elizabeth's own death sequence rather than through implication alone. Child counting software rounded out her capabilities, tracking exactly how many children occupied a given room at any time. Technology that reads, on paper, like a safety feature and functions, in practice, as a targeting system capable of identifying when a single child had become isolated from a group. Baby didn't operate alone. Biddy Babs and Minarinas, small clown and ballerina, themed endoskeletons that could detach from her own body and move independently, functioned as auxiliary units within her broader system, capable of distracting or cornering a child while Baby's own primary mechanism did the rest. Their exact origin and whether they carry any trace of remnant themselves is never confirmed by the games, leaving open the unsettling possibility that Baby's danger was never confined to a single body at all. None of these systems existed for entertainment purposes in isolation. William built Baby specifically to identify, isolate, and capture a single child, using manufactured trust as the mechanism and her own physical design as the trap. That distinction separates her fundamentally from Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, whose danger only emerged after possession corrupted an otherwise innocent design. Baby was dangerous from the factory floor, before any spirit ever entered her, and her existence marks the moment William stopped merely covering up harm and started manufacturing the tools for it directly. Part 62. Elizabeth Afton, the child who possessed Circus Baby. Elizabeth's death stands apart from nearly every other tragedy this franchise depicts, because the games show it directly rather than leave it to minigame implication. Her fascination with Baby predates the events of Sister Location itself, established through flashback material and audio recordings accessed via the game's own cassetteman tapes, which suggest a pattern of repeated, growing attachment to the animatronic long before Circus Baby's Pizza World ever opened to the public. William's own repeated warnings about staying away from Baby are referenced through this same recovered material, a detail worth sitting with directly. He built the machine, understood exactly what its hidden systems were capable of doing, and told his own daughter to stay away from it rather than redesigning it to be safe. That combination, full knowledge of the danger paired with no meaningful effort to eliminate it, matches the same pattern of institutional negligence this franchise traces all the way back to Fazbear Entertainment's original handling of failing Springlock suits decades earlier. On the opening day of Circus Baby's Pizza World, Elizabeth approached Baby directly, drawn by exactly the voice mimicry and personality the design intended to be irresistible. The game's flashback cutscene shows Baby's ice cream mechanism activating and her internal system pulling Elizabeth inside rather than delivering the dessert her routine promised. This sequence is staged with more visual directness than this franchise typically allows itself, a deliberate departure from the implication-heavy restraint that governs how the original missing children's incident is shown. Elizabeth's possession followed immediately, her spirit binding to the very machine responsible for her death, consistent with the proximity-based mechanism this franchise established through Charlie's own transformation decades earlier. What separates Elizabeth from William's 5 earlier victims is intent. Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz were deliberately, personally targeted through calculated manipulation. Elizabeth died because of her father's own negligent engineering. A machine built dangerous for other children, ultimately claiming his own daughter instead. Environmental details scattered throughout the underground facility, including newspaper clippings and recovered audio referencing an unnamed or renamed victim, suggests Fazbear Entertainment and William personally worked quickly to obscure any public connection between this death and the Afton family name. This mirrors the same pattern of reputation management this franchise has traced consistently since the original missing children's incident, a company and a man, more concerned with containment than accountability, even when the victim was his own child. What makes Elizabeth's story land with particular weight is the asymmetry it exposes in William's own character. He was capable of calculated, deliberate cruelty toward children who trusted him as a stranger, and simultaneously incapable of protecting his own daughter from the machine he personally built and personally understood to be lethal. Both facts describe the same man, and this franchise never resolves that tension into a simpler, more comfortable explanation. Part 63. Circus Baby After Possession. Elizabeth's influence on Baby's personality throughout Sister Location reads as considerably more composed and deliberate than the instinctive, trauma-driven aggression this franchise established through Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. Baby speaks in full sentences, offers Michael Afton ongoing guidance through much of the game's runtime, and demonstrates detailed awareness of the underground facility's own systems, an intelligence that reads as retained and functional rather than fragmented. That composure raises a genuine question this franchise never fully resolves. Baby's original design already included advanced conversational and navigational capability before Elizabeth ever died, meaning some portion of her apparent intelligence may belong to the machine's own underlying programming rather than to the child now occupying it. Untangling how much of Baby's voice throughout Sister Location is Elizabeth and how much is inherited software is not something the game settles definitively, and this documentary isn't going to pretend otherwise. Baby's own dialogue includes moments of explicit self-awareness, at points acknowledging her own role in the facility's broader danger, and expressing something close to guilt over her part in what happens to visiting children. This distinguishes her from Chica's more suggestive, indirect hints at retained memory examined earlier in this documentary's coverage of the original 4 animatronics. Baby doesn't just behave in ways that imply memory. She discusses her own situation directly, offering this franchise's clearest example of a possessed character openly narrating her own moral position, rather than expressing it only through unexplained behavior. This self-awareness carries a genuine paradox worth naming directly. Baby simultaneously helps Michael navigate the facility, warning him of danger and guiding him towards safety at several points, while her own body and systems remain the exact mechanism responsible for trapping him there in the first place. She is protector and threat within the same continuous performance, a contradiction that maps uncomfortably well onto her own father's split character, and onto the broader theme this franchise repeats throughout its entire timeline of protection and harm originating from the same source. The Bidybabs and Minarinas examined in the previous section complicate this picture of a single, clear personality further. If these smaller units act semi-independently of Baby's own direct control, as some of Sister Location's own gameplay sequences suggest, then Baby's own agency throughout the facility may be less total than her composed, deliberate dialogue implies, raising the possibility that Elizabeth's consciousness coexists with automated systems she doesn't fully command, rather than governing the entire body outright. By the endgame of Sister Location, Baby's own choices, examined in far more detail once this documentary reaches Michael's own scooping directly, suggest a character willing to make devastating decisions specifically to secure her own escape, complicating any reading of her as a purely sympathetic, protective figure. Whatever remains of Elizabeth inside that machine is neither purely victim nor purely villain, and that unresolved tension is precisely what makes her possession one of the more genuinely complex the franchise offers. Part 64. Why William built the Funtime Animatronics. The underground facility beneath Circus Baby's Pizza World operated publicly as a private rental service. Animatronics delivered directly to a child's own home for personalized, in-home entertainment. That business model gave William Afton something no restaurant floor ever could: legitimate seeming access to children in isolated, one-on-one domestic settings, expanding the same fundamental exploitation of trust Spring Bonnie relied on years earlier into something considerably more systematic and considerably harder for any outside party to monitor. Each Funtime animatronic built for this service appears to have contained a hidden capture mechanism comparable to Baby's own torso compartment, a detail suggested consistently enough across the Funtime line's own design that the entire rental program reads less like an ordinary business William later corrupted, and more like infrastructure for harm built into the company's foundation from the very beginning. This distinguishes the Funtime era from every earlier chapter of this franchise's story, where danger emerged from tragedy rather than preceding it. Behind this public operation sat William's own private remnant experiments, using the underground facility as a functioning laboratory for manipulating the exact supernatural substance this franchise's earlier games only ever showed occurring by accident. The facility's own construction, isolated, heavily secured, and equipped with systems like the Scooper this documentary examines in far more detail shortly, suggests deliberate planning on a scale considerably beyond anything required simply to run a children's entertainment business, legitimate or otherwise. This period also marks William's clearest operation under a separate corporate identity from Fazbear Entertainment directly. Circus Baby's entertainment and rental, referenced across the facility's own environmental branding, suggests William building parallel infrastructure specifically for these experiments, rather than running them through the company Henry Emily still had some involvement in. That separation matters for understanding how much of this specific chapter Henry may have remained unaware of, in contrast to the shared, if unequally weighted, responsibility this documentary has traced regarding the original missing children's incident. The shift this represents, from murderer exploiting an existing, accidental supernatural mechanism to engineer manufacturing that same mechanism deliberately, marks a genuine turning point in this franchise's internal logic. Where Charlie's compassion created the first haunted animatronics as an unplanned response to tragedy, William's calculation created the next generation on purpose, using captured remnant to power machines built specifically to be dangerous from the moment they left the assembly line. This transition also explains why the Funtime era introduces considerably more ambiguity regarding individual victim identity than the original 5 children ever carried. Where Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz each connect to a specific suit through a documented, if sometimes thin, evidentiary trail. The Funtime animatronics increasingly blend remnant from multiple, uncounted sources, a direct consequence of a system built to harvest repeatedly, rather than to memorialize a single individual tragedy, the way Charlie's own original act of compassion did. Part 65. Funtime Freddy and Bon Bon. Funtime Freddy's voice mimicry system operates on the same underlying principle as Baby's own, reproducing a child's voice convincingly enough to establish trust before any physical danger becomes apparent. Confirming this capability wasn't unique to Baby, but represented a standard feature across Williams' entire Funtime line. His design includes a storage tank referenced through the facility's own recovered blueprint material, a containment function comparable to Baby's torso compartment built into his broader structure from the outset rather than added as an afterthought. Bon Bon, the smaller rabbit puppet mounted permanently on Funtime Freddy's arm, functions primarily as a secondary control interface rather than as an independently confirmed spirit in his own right. This reading comes directly from Bon Bon's own behavior throughout Sister Location, responding and reacting in ways that suggest coordination with Freddy's broader system, rather than any separate, individually distinct personality operating independently. Whether Bon Bon contains any trace of Remnant himself, the way the Bidybabs might, remains unconfirmed, another gap this franchise leaves deliberately open. Funtime Freddy appears directly across more of this franchise's timeline than most of his Funtime companions, present not only through Sister Location's own custom night content, but through Ultimate Custom Night as well, where his dialogue and behavior suggest continued, functioning awareness well beyond the underground facility's own eventual collapse. This extended presence gives players considerably more material to work from when assessing his character than exists for some of his less frequently featured Funtime counterparts. Blueprint material connected to Funtime Freddy specifically suggests his remnant content originates from multiple sources rather than a single identifiable spirit, distinguishing him meaningfully from Elizabeth's own clearly individual possession of Baby. This detail matters directly for how this franchise's own internal logic has evolved by this point in the timeline, where the original 5 children each occupy one suit individually, tied to one confirmed death. Williams' later creations increasingly blend remnant from unspecified, uncounted sources, making a clean, single-name attribution considerably harder to establish for Freddy specifically than it was for his original counterpart decades earlier. This ambiguity isn't simply a gap in the evidence. It reflects something genuinely different about how Funtime Freddy came to exist in the first place. Where Gabriel's connection to the original Freddy traces back to a single, confirmed death during the missing children's incident, Funtime Freddy's construction suggests deliberate, engineered concentration of remnant harvested across an unknown number of separate incidents, a manufacturing process rather than a singular tragedy given continued form. Understanding Funtime Freddy this way changes how his behavioral routines throughout the Funtime auditorium should be read. Rather than a single grieving child's confused expression of trauma, his performance patterns may represent something closer to a blended, composite consciousness, several fragments of harvested presence operating through one shared body according to whatever behavioral programming William layered on top. A genuinely different category of haunting from anything examined earlier in this. Documentary's coverage of the original restaurant. Part 66, Ballora, Funtime Foxy, and the Possession Debate. Ballora's design centers entirely on dance and music, a ballerina animatronic whose movement and vocal performance carry a distinctly adult, refined quality that stands apart from every other character in the Funtime line, including Baby's own more overtly child-directed personality. This adult quality fuels the theory connecting her specifically to Mrs. Afton, William's own wife, a reading that is circulated widely throughout this franchise's fan community without ever receiving direct textual confirmation from the games themselves. That absence of confirmation is worth stating plainly. The theory rests almost entirely on tone, vocal performance, and design impression, rather than on anything comparable to the survival logbook's hidden name or Susie's own confirmed backstory detail through Fruity Maze. No blueprint, gravestone, or hidden minigame ever names Ballora directly, leaving this connection in a considerably weaker evidentiary position than nearly every other identity claim examined throughout this documentary. Ballora's actual, confirmed gameplay mechanic centers on blindness, her movement and awareness governed entirely by sound rather than sight, requiring players to remain still and quiet to avoid detection. This design choice tells us considerably more about how William engineered her specific threat mechanic than it tells us about who might be inside her. Her mini-arenas, the small ballerina-themed units that detach and assist her throughout the facility, mirror the Bidybab's own unclear relationship to Baby's central consciousness, suggesting Ballora's own body may not represent a single unified presence any more clearly than her fellow Funtime characters do. Funtime Foxy exists in an even more uncertain position within this franchise's confirmed material, appearing primarily through referenced blueprint content, promotional imagery, and limited direct gameplay presence in Ultimate Custom Night, rather than through any extended, dedicated sequence comparable to what Baby or Molten Freddy receive throughout Sister Location's own main story. Recovered blueprint text suggests Funtime Foxy was recalled from the rental service specifically due to malfunctions, a detail that connects him thematically to the original Foxy's own history of operational restriction following incidents at Pirate Cove decades earlier, though the games never confirm any deeper connection between these two characters beyond this surface-level echo. Whether Ballora and Funtime Foxy are possessed by specific, identifiable victims, infused with unattributed, blended remnant the way this documentary's coverage of Molten Freddy already established as plausible, or driven primarily by William's own programming without any significant individual spirit involved at all, remains one of this franchise's genuinely unresolved questions. This documentary isn't going to manufacture full certainty here. What can be said is that the Mrs. Afton theory specifically, however popular, sits closer to informed speculation than to confirmed or even strongly supported canon. Part 67, Ennard, When Five Become One. Ennard forms through the physical combination of Circus Baby, Ballora, Molten Freddy, Funtime Foxy, and a collection of smaller endoskeletons, merging into a single mobile entity following the events of Sister Location's own climax. This merger represents something genuinely new within this franchise's supernatural framework, and understanding exactly what kind of union it depicts matters more than simply noting that 5 characters became one. This isn't several spirits settling into one suit from the outset. It's several already possessed, already remnant-infused machines physically combining after the fact. a mechanical merger of pre-existing haunted bodies rather than confirmation that multiple souls can share a vessel from the moment possession first occurs. That distinction shapes how this documentary reads every subsequent scene involving Enard directly. Hand Unit's own recorded warnings throughout the facility's final act provide the clearest environmental confirmation that something has gone catastrophically wrong beyond simple mechanical failure. His dialogue shifting from routine safety instruction into genuine, escalating alarm as the facility's systems detect the merger taking shape in real time. Recovered cassette man audio tapes, presented as William Afton's own recorded voice throughout the facility, provide additional exposition regarding the underlying purpose of the underground operation, offering this documentary's clearest direct evidence connecting William personally to the facility's design, rather than leaving that connection purely inferential. The resulting entity speaks with unified purpose throughout the endgame of Sister Location, its dialogue suggesting genuine coordination between its component parts, rather than 5 competing wills fighting for control from the outset. Baby's own voice remains dominant throughout much of this sequence, suggesting she retained a leadership role within the newly merged body even as the other components' own consciousness, or remnant, or programming, contributed to the collective's shared capabilities and movement. Enid's stated goal throughout this sequence is escape, using Michael Afton's own body as the vehicle for leaving the underground facility entirely, examined in far more mechanical detail in the section immediately following this one. That goal reframes the entire merger as fundamentally practical rather than purely tragic, a coordinated escape plan rather than an accidental supernatural collision, reinforcing this franchise's broader pattern of the Funtime era, representing calculated engineering layered on top of, rather than simply extending, the accidental haunting this documentary traced through the original 5 missing children. The cooperation defining Enid throughout this specific sequence wouldn't survive contact with the outside world for long. A fracture this documentary examines directly once it turns to the entity's own eventual, considerably messier disintegration. Part 68. Michael Afton and the Scooping Machine. Michael Afton enters the underground facility searching for his missing sister, a detail that connects his presence in Sister Location directly back to his own earlier, considerably more troubled role in this franchise's timeline as the older brother implicated in the Bite of 83, examined through this franchise's 4th mainline game. His search for Elizabeth throughout Sister Location reads, in this light, as an attempt at atonement, a guilt-driven mission to find and protect the one member of his own family he might still be able to save. He arrives unaware of Baby's own history or of the true danger the facility's systems pose, guided throughout much of the game by Baby's own voice and by Hand Unit's considerably less reliable automated instructions. The scooping room exists as one of the facility's confirmed mechanisms, built around a device called the Scooper, a machine designed specifically to extract remnant from a haunted body and reintroduce it into another, its function confirmed directly through Henry Emily's own recovered blueprints, examined more closely later in this documentary's coverage. Enard uses this exact machine on Michael directly, the Scooper removing his internal organs in a sequence this franchise depicts with unusual directness compared to its typical restraint around graphic content. Baby's own dialogue during this sequence frames the act explicitly as necessary for Enard's escape, stating plainly that Michael's remains are required to leave the facility undetected, wearing his body as a disguise capable of passing as human where a visibly mechanical entity could not. What follows defies ordinary biology entirely. Michael's body continues functioning despite this extraction, animated by residual remnant now saturating what remains of his physical form. This event introduces a possession category distinct from everything examined earlier in this documentary. Michael isn't a spirit occupying a suit the way Gabriel or Susie are. He's a living body kept moving by a supernatural substance after conventional biological function should have ended, closer to a hybrid state than to either straightforward human survival or straightforward animatronic possession. Michael's story doesn't end inside the facility. He resurfaces later throughout Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria simulator, his continued. Remnant sustained existence carrying him forward into that game's own considerably more paranoia-driven security shifts, hallucinations of his own family bleeding into his nightly routine as he works toward the same final confrontation Henry Emily has spent decades quietly preparing. His presence during Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic fire, examined later in this documentary, represents this franchise's clearest confirmation that whatever remnants sustained him throughout Sister Location's own ending continued animating him for years afterward. This franchise never fully clarifies which category actually governs Michael's continued existence. Human survival stretched past its normal limits or possession by proxy through concentrated remnant rather than a discrete spirit. What's confirmed is the outcome, and the outcome is enough to place him firmly among this franchise's most genuinely unique cases of supernatural continuation. Part 69. Ennard falls apart. Following Ennard's escape from the underground facility, wearing Michael Afton's own body as its disguise, the entity doesn't simply vanish from this franchise's story. Environmental and audio evidence recovered through Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator's own hidden material suggests Ennard was drawn back toward a new restaurant location by something resembling nostalgia, a pull toward recreating the performance and purpose its component parts once served before their underground confinement. Once there, Michael's own body appears to reject the mass occupying it. Rather than continuing to function as Ennard's disguise indefinitely, his body expels the combined entity, a sequence this franchise depicts through unsettling, indirect imagery rather than explicit narration, consistent with its established pattern of implication over direct depiction, even at moments this significant. This expulsion doesn't simply return Ennard to its original, 5-part composition intact. It fractures the entity along a new, considerably more consequential line. Circus Baby specifically ends up separated from the rest of the mass during this expulsion, isolated and considerably more damaged than the composed, deliberate figure this documentary examined throughout its coverage of Sister Location. She resurfaces as Scrap Baby, a considerably deteriorated version of her former self, present throughout Pizzeria Simulator's own custom night content, where her own dialogue suggests continued loneliness and longing for connection, an uncomfortable echo of the exact manipulative charm her original design specialized in, now turned toward whatever player character encounters her in this considerably diminished state. The remaining components, Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy, Ballora, and the smaller endoskeletons that made up the rest of Ennard's original structure, coalesce separately from Baby into an entirely new configuration examined directly in the next section of this documentary. This separation matters enormously for understanding what actually happened to the shared consciousness this documentary traced throughout its earlier coverage of Ennard's own unified purpose. Whatever cooperation defined the entity during its escape from the underground facility clearly didn't survive whatever internal or external pressure caused this specific, decisive split. Whether this fracture stemmed from competing individual spirits asserting separate wills once external necessity no longer forced cooperation, from clashing underlying programming never designed to operate as a single permanent coordinated system, or from Michael's own body simply proving physically incapable of sustaining this combined mass indefinitely, is a distinction this franchise's own material leaves deliberately unresolved. What's confirmed is the outcome: two separate, diminished entities where one unified body previously existed, each carrying forward a different fragment of whatever the underground facility's own experiments had originally produced. Part 70. Molten Freddy. The Spirits Without Baby. Molten Freddy is what remains once Baby separates from the shared body. Formed from Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy, Ballora, and the smaller endoskeletons that made up the rest of Ennard's original structure. This isn't simply Ennard repaired or renamed. Recovered blueprint fragments discovered through Pizzeria Simulator's own hidden material describe Molten Freddy as a distinct entity, its construction requiring specialized handling specifically because of its own unusually concentrated remnant content. That concentration matters directly for the multiple possession question this documentary raised during its earliest foundational coverage, where Golden Freddy's own contradictory behavior offers only speculative, pattern-based evidence for containing more than one presence. Molten Freddy's blueprint material provides considerably firmer textual grounding, describing remnant density well beyond what any single individual spirit would reasonably require. This represents this franchise's clearest direct support anywhere in its entire runtime for confirmed, rather than merely theorized, multiple possession within a single body. Molten Freddy's appearance throughout Pizzeria Simulator reflects this compressed, unstable composition directly. Rather than presenting as a coherent, intact animatronic the way Funtime Freddy did throughout Sister Location, Molten Freddy appears in visibly poor physical condition, its structure appearing to have partially melted or fused together, a design choice that reads as the literal physical consequence of forcing multiple concentrated presences into a configuration never intended to hold this much remnant at once. His behavior throughout Pizzeria Simulator's own security shifts reinforces this instability, movement and audio cues suggesting something closer to chaotic, overlapping impulse than the more measured, singular purpose this documentary traced through Freddy Fazbear's own original haunting decades earlier, where Gabriel's connection to the original Freddy produces a single coherent pattern of behavior this documentary was able to analyze in detail. Molten Freddy's own conduct resists that same kind of clean, individual reading, consistent with a body containing several blended, uncounted sources rather than one confirmed child. This configuration didn't last through the end of Pizzeria Simulator's own story either. Molten Freddy appears among the animatronics drawn into Henry Emily's final trap, examined later in this documentary's coverage of that game's climactic fire, meaning whatever remained of the Funtime line's own component spirits by this point in the timeline ultimately reached the same confrontation Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz and William Afton himself were all independently converging toward. Understanding Molten Freddy this way completes this documentary's broader picture of what the underground facility actually produced. Where the original missing children's incident created 5 individually traceable hauntings, Williams' later engineering created a considerably messier legacy, remnant harvested, concentrated, separated, and recombined until individual identity became genuinely, and perhaps deliberately, difficult to trace back to any single source. Part 71. Henry's Blueprint. The Truth About Remnant. Henry Emily's own hidden blueprints, discovered through Pizzeria Simulator's minigames, provide this franchise's most direct, textual explanation of Remnant anywhere in its entire runtime. And reading them carefully matters, because they confirm a considerably more specific mechanism than the vague, atmospheric references to lingering supernatural presence this documentary relied on during its much earlier foundational coverage of this concept. The documents describe the scooper's function explicitly, confirming its dual capability to both extract remnant from a haunted body and reintroduce it into another. This confirms remnant as a genuine engineerable material rather than an undefined supernatural byproduct, a substance with physical properties William apparently studied and manipulated with real technical precision, rather than treating as an inexplicable mystery even he didn't fully understand. The blueprints further describe remnant as requiring careful, controlled temperature management during extraction and storage, specifically to prevent the substance from acting on its own, outside of a deliberately contained, monitored process. This detail matters directly for understanding the scooping room's own physical design. Its equipment built not simply to remove remnant, but to keep it stable and inert until William chose to redirect it elsewhere, treating what began as an accidental byproduct of grief and trauma as a genuinely hazardous material requiring industrial-level containment. What these blueprints do not confirm is exactly whose remnant powers any specific Funtime animatronic. Funtime Freddy's own multiple source composition, examined earlier in this documentary, Bellora's contested connection to Mrs. Afton, and Molten Freddy's own concentrated, multi-spirit configuration all remain partially inferential, even with this direct textual foundation now firmly established. The blueprints confirm the mechanism functions. They stop short of providing anything resembling a ledger of who specifically ended up where. This gap matters enormously for how casually Remnant gets invoked throughout broader fan discussion of this franchise. It has become this franchise's single most overused explanatory tool, frequently deployed to answer questions the blueprints themselves never actually address, filling in identity gaps with confident-sounding technical language that the source material itself never fully supports. Separating what Henry's blueprints genuinely confirm from what fans have layered on top of them since is essential to keeping this documentary's own coverage of the Funtime era honest. Henry's own access to this information carries significant weight as well. His blueprints suggest he eventually gained detailed, technical understanding of exactly what William had built beneath Circus Baby's Pizza World, knowledge that would go on to directly inform his own considerably more careful, deliberate designs, including Lefty's own containment systems examined in the section immediately following this one, turning William's own weaponized engineering back into something built specifically to protect rather than to harm. Part 72. How the Funtime Animatronics Changed Possession Forever. The original haunted animatronics existed because of an accident. 5 children given continued existence through Charlie's own spontaneous compassion following a tragedy neither she nor Henry Emily ever intended or could have prevented in time. The Funtime generation exists because William Afton studied that accident and turned it into a repeatable, industrial process using Remnant, the scooper, and a private rental service built specifically to generate more raw material for his own ongoing experiments. That shift changes what possession actually means within this franchise's internal logic from this point forward. Early possession answers a question about grief and injustice, a compassionate response to unbearable loss. Funtime-era possession answers a considerably colder question about engineering and control. A man treating human suffering as harvestable material to be concentrated, stored, and redirected according to his own specific technical requirements rather than left to occur naturally. The Bidybabs and Minorinas examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of Baby and Ballora specifically deserve renewed attention here, because their unexplained origin represents this franchise's most genuinely unsettling open question regarding the true scale of Williams' operation. If these smaller semi-independent units carry any trace of remnant themselves, their sheer number implies harm distributed across considerably more victims than Elizabeth and the Funtime Animatronics' own primary bodies could account for on their own. A possibility this franchise's own material has never confirmed and never fully ruled out. Sister Location's underground facility marks the point where this franchise's supernatural rules stop being purely reactive and start being actively authored by one of its own characters. Everything examined from this point forward in this documentary's remaining coverage, Lefty's deliberate containment design, Glitchtrap's digital persistence, and the Mimic's learned mimicry, exists downstream of Williams' own decision to stop simply causing tragedy and start engineering it directly. A decision that permanently altered what this franchise's own supernatural mechanics were capable of producing. This shift also explains a structural pattern worth naming directly. Every haunted character examined before Sister Location connects to a specific, if sometimes thinly documented, individual child. Every haunted or ambiguously animate character examined after it becomes progressively harder to trace back to any single source, a direct narrative consequence of Williams' own engineering choices rather than simply a change in how the games happen to be written. The blur isn't a storytelling failure, it's the confirmed textual result of remnant harvesting exactly as Henry's own blueprints describe it functioning. Part 73. Lefty. Built to capture a spirit, Lefty represents a fundamentally different kind of creation from anything examined throughout this documentary's coverage of William Afton's own machines. An understanding that difference requires looking closely at both his intended function and his deliberately unusual physical design. Henry Emily built Lefty specifically to contain a spirit safely rather than to capture and exploit a child, a purpose that inverts nearly every principle governing Williams' own Funtime engineering. The blueprint material connected to Lefty describes containment systems, sound-based lures, and restraint mechanisms, technology that mirrors some of the same underlying engineering principles William used in his own creations, while redirecting their purpose entirely. Where a Funtime animatronic uses a hidden compartment to trap a child who trusts it, Lefty was built to offer a trapped spirit somewhere genuinely safe to exist, using comparable mechanical principles toward an opposite, protective end. Lefty's own physical design reinforces this inverted purpose directly. Rather than the bright, appealing aesthetic every predatory animatronic examined throughout this documentary relies on to build trust, Lefty presents as deliberately uninviting. His single functioning eye and generally unsettling appearance offering no comparable charm designed to lure anyone close. This represents a genuine design philosophy shift, safety through honest unpleasantness rather than through manufactured warmth, Lefty first enters this franchise's confirmed material through Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator's own in-game shop, presented initially as a purchasable, mysterious crate rather than as an openly displayed character, a detail that reflects both Henry's own need for secrecy while transporting and positioning this particular creation, and this franchise's broader pattern of introducing significant lore through easily missed optional content rather than mandatory story beats. Lefty was never intended as an entertainer, a detail that separates his design purpose from every animatronic examined throughout this documentary's earlier sections, including even Circus Baby, whose predatory function was at least publicly disguised as legitimate performance. Lefty exists for one function only, and that function represents this franchise's first deliberate, engineered attempt to address a haunted spirit through genuine containment rather than through destruction, indefinite neglect, or the kind of accidental, uncontrolled possession this documentary has traced across every earlier chapter of this story. Part 74. The Puppet Inside Lefty. Following the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, Henry successfully captures the puppet inside Lefty, and Charlie's own willingness to remain there marks a genuine departure from the more chaotic, forced circumstances defining nearly every other possession examined throughout this documentary's coverage. She isn't trapped against her will the way Michael Afton's body was reshaped by the scooper, and she isn't lured into danger the way every intended Funtime victim was designed to be. Henry's own recovered cassette recordings, accessed through Pizzeria Simulator's hidden material, provide this franchise's clearest direct window into his private reasoning and emotional state throughout this entire process. These recordings suggest Henry spent years developing both the technical means and the personal resolve required to build Lefty specifically. His engineering knowledge by this point clearly informed by whatever he had learned, directly or indirectly, about William's own remnant-related experiments beneath Circus Baby's pizza world. This moment carries considerable emotional weight, given everything this documentary has established regarding Henry's own decades-long relationship with his daughter's fate. After years spent unable to protect Charlie from what happened outside his restaurant on a single catastrophic evening, and years more spent unable to offer her anything beyond the puppet's own limited, wandering existence throughout multiple haunted locations, Henry finally builds something capable of giving her genuine safety rather than continued, indefinite haunting. The mechanism by which Charlie specifically comes to occupy Lefty appears tied to sound-based lures referenced in the blueprint material this documentary examined in the previous section, suggesting Henry designed Lefty's containment system around principles he understood would specifically draw the puppet in, likely informed by his own intimate, personal knowledge of exactly what had originally connected Charlie to the puppet in the first place decades earlier. Charlie's presence inside Lefty carries directly into the events of Pizzeria Simulator, where her continued containment sets up the final, deliberate act Henry has spent this franchise's entire timeline quietly working toward. Her willingness to remain, contrasted against the considerably more violent or coerced transformations examined throughout this documentary's coverage of Michael Afton and the Funtime line, suggests Charlie herself understood and consented to Henry's plan. A rare moment of genuine agency for a spirit within a franchise otherwise built almost entirely around confusion, entrapment, and coercion. That consent matters directly for how this documentary reads the ending Henry's plan ultimately produces. Charlie isn't simply swept up in her father's final act the way several of the other trapped spirits appear to be. She's an active, willing participant in her own eventual release, present specifically because she chose to be, a distinction this documentary considers essential to understanding the emotional register of Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic conclusion. Part 75. Did the spirits finally move on? Pizzeria Simulator's ending brings together Molten Freddy, Scrap Baby, Scrap Trap, Michael Afton, and Lefty, with Charlie inside, into one final location, where Henry's own closing speech addresses the trapped children directly, rather than relying on the implication this franchise generally favors for its most significant moments. Comparing this speech against Happiest Days' own earlier, more indirect suggestion of release, The Fire That Follows reads as this franchise's most explicit depiction of genuine resolution anywhere in its entire runtime. Michael's own presence throughout this sequence carries particular weight given everything this documentary has traced regarding his own guilt-driven journey since the bite of '83. His security shifts throughout Pizzeria Simulator are punctuated by escalating hallucinations, glimpses of his own father and sister bleeding into his nightly routine, suggesting his own remnant-sustained body was never simply surviving, but actively, psychologically deteriorating under the weight of everything he'd witnessed and failed to prevent across multiple locations and multiple years. Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz all appear to reach conclusion through this sequence, consistent with the gravestone evidence examined earlier in this documentary and their own earlier inclusion in Happiest Days' celebration scene. Charlie's own story concludes here as well, her presence within Lefty finally allowing the rest she'd spent decades unable to reach on her own, a resolution this documentary has already established as carrying the additional emotional weight of her own genuine, willing consent to the process that got her there. Elizabeth's fate remains considerably less certain than her fellow original victims. Her connection to Scrap Baby's own presence during this sequence suggests inclusion in the broader release. But Scrap Baby's own dialogue throughout Pizzeria Simulator's custom night content, examined earlier in this documentary's coverage of Enid's disintegration, reads as considerably more isolated and unresolved than the composed, protective voice this documentary traced through her earlier appearances in Sister Location. Whether the fire genuinely resolves Elizabeth's own particular suffering, or whether her story ends with less clarity than her fellow victims, remains genuinely open. William Afton, present throughout this sequence as Scrap Trap, does not receive the same framing of release this documentary has traced through every other spirit examined here. Henry's own speech and the fire itself function differently for him, less an act of compassion and more a long-delayed reckoning, consistent with the fundamental distinction this documentary has maintained throughout its entire coverage between William's own murderer status and the innocent victims whose stories this franchise treats with considerably more sympathy. Whether every spirit present genuinely found peace, or whether at least one presence examined through this documentary's much earlier, dedicated coverage of Cassidy and Ultimate Custom Night specifically, remained behind despite this apparently comprehensive resolution, is a question this franchise's own material leaves intentionally open rather than definitively closed. A tension this documentary is unwilling to resolve with more confidence than the games themselves actually provide. Part 76. Glitch Trap. Ghost, virus, or something else. Glitch Trap enters this franchise through Help Wanted, an in-universe virtual reality project built by Fazbear Entertainment using recovered circuit boards salvaged from the company's own troubled history. A mysterious rabbit figure appears within this far environment, associated directly with corrupted code embedded in that recovered hardware rather than with any physical animatronic suit, marking this franchise's first haunted presence to exist primarily as data rather than as matter. The recovered circuit boards themselves matter enormously here. Their exact origin ties back to salvaged material from earlier, decommissioned locations this franchise's timeline has already established, meaning whatever corrupted this hardware appears to have been present in physical form at some point before making the jump into digital, code-based existence. This detail supports, without fully confirming, the reading that Glitchtrap represents some form of continuation from William Afton's own physical body or consciousness, translated into an entirely new medium rather than created fresh. Whether Glitchtrap represents William Afton's own surviving consciousness, transferred somehow into digital form following Pizzeria Simulator's fire, a separate digital recreation built from recovered data without containing his genuine continued presence, or something this franchise has never fully categorized, remains one of its most significant unresolved questions. The games imply a connection to William directly through Glitchtrap's own manipulative, escape-oriented behavior throughout Help Wanted's hidden material, mirroring the same patient, calculated cruelty this documentary traced throughout William's own confirmed crimes decades earlier, without ever stating the connection as confirmed textual fact. Help Wanted's own hidden minigames, including Midnight Motorist and the game's various bad ending sequences, reinforce this manipulative pattern directly, showing Glitchtrap actively working to influence and deceive whoever engages with the VR system. A behavioral signature considerably more calculated and goal-directed than the more instinctive, trauma-driven hauntings this documentary traced throughout its coverage of the original 5 missing children. This uncertainty isn't incidental to how this franchise tells its own story. It marks the point where the supernatural framework built around physical suits and captured remnant, established across every earlier section of this documentary, extends into something considerably harder to define using the same categories. Glitchtrap doesn't require proximity to a dying body the way Charlie's original possession did, and doesn't require a physical scooper the way William's own Funtime engineering did. Whatever governs his continued existence operates through code, transmission, and human contact instead, a genuinely new mechanism this franchise never fully reconciles with everything established before it. Part 77, Vanessa and the Digital Infection. Beta tester logs scattered throughout Help Wanted document Glitchtrap's own attempts to escape the VEWAR environment through human playtesters, a pattern that culminates in his successful, lasting influence over Vanessa specifically. Unlike the physical possession examined throughout every earlier section of this documentary, Glitchtrap never occupies an animatronic suit directly during this process. His influence operates through digital infection, spreading through code and sustained human contact, rather than through the death and proximity mechanism established all the way back through Charlie's own original transformation. Princess Quest, a hidden minigame woven throughout Security Breach's own runtime, dramatizes this influence symbolically, presenting Vanessa's own internal struggle against Glitchtrap's control through a fairy tale framing distinct from this franchise's more grounded, direct storytelling elsewhere. This stylistic choice matters directly. Vanessa's own possession is depicted through symbolic, interpretive imagery rather than through anything resembling the explicit flashback sequence this documentary examined regarding Elizabeth's death, suggesting this franchise treats psychological, digital manipulation as a genuinely different category of horror, requiring a genuinely different visual language. Vanny's own creation. Vanessa, acting under Glitchtrap's influence while wearing a rabbit mask, deliberately echoes the Spring Bonnie suit examined throughout this documentary's much earlier coverage. A visual callback connecting this modern digital era directly back to the original Springlock costume William Afton first used to disguise himself decades earlier. That echo isn't accidental. It reinforces the reading that whatever occupies Glitchtrap carries some genuine continuity from William's own original methods, adapting his preferred disguise into a psychological one rather than abandoning the pattern entirely. Hidden audio logs recovered throughout Security Breach document Vanessa's own ongoing internal resistance to this influence, suggesting her possession, if that's the correct term for what's happening to her, isn't total or unbroken. She retains moments of clarity and active resistance throughout the game, a detail that distinguishes her situation from the more complete, seemingly irreversible possession this documentary traced through characters like Charlie or Elizabeth, where nothing in the games suggests any comparable internal struggle against the spirit occupying them. This comparison matters directly for how this documentary categorizes possession's own evolution across this franchise's entire timeline. Where Charlie's possession required death, and where Elizabeth's required physical proximity to a machine at the moment of her death, Vanessa's connection to Glitchtrap requires neither. It represents psychological and digital manipulation layered on top of, rather than replacing, this franchise's earlier, more physically grounded supernatural rules, confirming that by this point in the story, this franchise's own definition of what counts as possession has expanded considerably beyond where it began. Part 78. Burntrap. Afton Reborn, or a different entity. Burntrap appears beneath the Pizzaplex in Security Breach's Burn It All Down ending, his design deliberately echoing both Springtrap and Scraptrap, while introducing meaningful, deliberate differences worth examining closely. His endoskeleton blends Springlock components with Glamrock parts, and his jaw structure differs noticeably from William's own established bone teeth design carried consistently across every earlier appearance this documentary has traced. A detail some fans read as evidence this figure isn't simply William Afton relocated into another body. The location of this encounter carries its own significance. Burntrap resides in the buried ruins of the original Freddy Fazbear's pizza place, the exact site where Henry Emily attempted to burn William and the remaining haunted animatronics to ash during Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic ending, examined earlier in this documentary. Finding a burned Springtrap-like entity in precisely this location initially read, to much of this franchise's audience, as compelling evidence of William's own continued survival despite that earlier fire. Security Breach. Ruin complicates Burntrap's status considerably, and this complication represents genuine, confirmed canon rather than fan speculation. The expansion confirms the Princess Quest ending, in which Vanessa is freed and Glitchtrap is destroyed, as Security Breach's actual canonical conclusion, effectively removing the Burn It All Down sequence, and Burntrap along with it, from this franchise's confirmed timeline. Ruin depicts this confirmation directly, showing the princess's sword driven into the destroyed arcade cabinet housing Glitchtrap, alongside Vanessa's own escape. Ruin's own environmental storytelling adds further, specific evidence undermining Burntrap's original theorized origin. The expansion reveals Glamrock Bonnie largely intact behind Bonnie Bowl, directly contradicting the popular fan theory that Burntrap had been constructed partly from Bonnie's own missing components. This discovery closes off one of the more widely circulated explanations for Burntrap's specific physical composition. What Ruin does confirm is a direct connection between Burntrap and the Mimic, an entity examined in the section immediately ahead, suggesting Burntrap functioned as an early, unstable manifestation connected to that character, rather than as William Afton's own genuine, continued body. Scott Cawthon has indicated Burntrap was originally intended purely as an unsettling background presence, never meant to move or attack directly, before Steel Wool Studios repurposed him into Security Breach's optional final boss. A production detail that helps explain both his unusual, jump-scare-free design during actual gameplay, and why his exact identity remains this franchise's most genuinely unresolved modern question. Part 79. The Mimic. Why it is not a possessed animatronic. The Mimic, referred to in some internal material as M2, originates as an advanced learning endoskeleton created by a character named Edwin Murray, built specifically to watch over his son David before David's own death. This origin comes primarily through the Tales from the Pizzaplex book series and Steel Wool's own supplementary material, giving the Mimic's backstory a somewhat different evidentiary status than characters whose origins trace directly through mainline game content alone. Following David's death, Edwin's own treatment of the machine grew increasingly hostile, introducing the Mimic to violence and cruelty that would shape its later, considerably more dangerous behavior. This origin separates the Mimic fundamentally from every character examined throughout this documentary's earlier sections. It contains no human spirit bound through death and proximity the way Charlie or the original 5 children do. No remnant harvested from a haunted body the way the Funtime line does. And no digital consciousness transferred from a dying man the way Glitchtrap appears to. The Mimic learns instead, and it imitates, adopting familiar identities and voices convincingly enough to fool other characters within its own story. Its capabilities extend to mimicking specific individuals it has observed closely enough, a mechanism entirely distinct from possession or remnant-based construction, functioning as the overarching antagonist of the modern, post-Ultimate Custom Night era across both the games and Steel Wool's own broader tales from the Pizzaplex anthology. Confusing the Mimic with William Afton leads directly to some of this franchise's most persistent modern misunderstandings, and Ruin's own storytelling depends on players understanding this distinction clearly. The Mimic didn't survive Henry's fire. It's a separate machine that appears to have studied this franchise's own history closely enough, possibly by observing the original missing children's incident, or by accessing recovered data referencing it to reproduce its patterns convincingly, which is precisely why Burntrap's design echoes William's own so closely without actually being him. Throughout Ruin specifically, the Mimic speaks to Cassie using Gregory's own voice for much of the game, guiding her through the facility's ruins while concealing its own true nature. A direct demonstration of exactly the mimicry capability that defines this character's core threat. This vocal deception represents this franchise's clearest, most sustained example of the Mimic's own signature ability deployed against a player character directly, distinguishing its manipulation from the more passive, environmental hauntings this documentary traced throughout its earlier coverage of possessed spirits. Part 80. AI vs. Possession. How the Mimic changed FNaF forever. Placed alongside Freddy the Puppet, Circus Baby, Springtrap, and Glitchtrap, the Mimic represents this franchise's clearest, most fully developed example of danger, generated entirely through artificial intelligence rather than through any of the possession mechanisms this documentary has traced from Charlie's own original transformation onward. Freddy required a dead child and a suit. The puppet required grief and rain. Circus Baby required remnant and a hidden compartment. Springtrap required a collapsing suit and a surviving consciousness. Glitch Trap required corrupted code, carrying at least some trace of William Afton behind it. The Mimic required none of this. It learned behavior by observation, then reproduced it, a process closer to sophisticated mimicry than to any form of possession examined throughout this entire documentary. That represents a genuine shift in this franchise's underlying storytelling logic, moving gradually away from supernatural horror rooted in specific identifiable tragedy and toward horror rooted in artificial systems capable of imitating tragedy convincingly enough to be mistaken for the real thing. This shift carries thematic weight beyond simple mechanical distinction. Where this franchise's earlier chapters built dread around the specific human cost of exploited trust, a company failing to protect real children from a real man, the Mimic era builds dread around a considerably more abstract, contemporary anxiety. Systems capable of learning and reproducing human behavior so convincingly that the distinction between genuine consciousness and sophisticated imitation stops mattering practically, even if it still matters morally. Glitch Trap occupies a genuinely important bridging position between these two eras, worth naming directly here. He carries at least some probable trace of an actual human consciousness, William Afton's own, while existing primarily through digital rather than physical means, making him neither purely a ghost story character, nor purely an artificial intelligence in the Mimic's own sense. The Mimic, by contrast, required no human death at any point in its own creation, a distinction that separates these two characters more sharply than their surface-level similarities, both digital, both manipulative, might initially suggest. Understanding this distinction matters directly for interpreting every character introduced from Security Breach onward, since several of them behave in ways that look like possession, while actually stemming from Mimic-related corruption, spreading through connected systems instead. Treating every unsettling modern character as another haunted child flattens exactly the distinction this documentary's own opening section established as essential from the very beginning. Not every dangerous presence in this franchise represents a real human tragedy, and by this point in the timeline, an increasing number of them explicitly don't. Part 81. Glamrock Freddy and the Glamrock Animatronics. The Glamrock line, Roxanne Wolf, Montgomery Gator, Glamrock Chica, and the daycare attendant, represents this franchise's most advanced generation of artificial intelligence, built with considerably more sophisticated behavioral programming than any earlier animatronic examined throughout this documentary. Each character carries a distinct personality trait pushed to a degree the original four animatronics never approached. Roxanne Wolf's vanity, expressed through her own dedicated Glamrock salon and her preoccupation with appearance, Montgomery Gator's aggression, channeled through his own golf-themed attraction, and Glamrock Chica's association with food escalating into a genuinely unsettling hunger mechanic that intensifies as Security Breach progresses. Their hostility throughout Security Breach connects directly to Glitch Trap's own digital influence spreading through the Pizzaplex's shared systems, corrupting their underlying AI rather than introducing any genuine spirit possession into their bodies. This corruption explains their behavior without requiring any of these three characters to contain a human spirit at all. consistent with the broader shift this documentary traced throughout its coverage of the mimic and glitch trap specifically. The daycare attendant, publicly known as Sun during daytime hours and Moon after dark, offers this franchise's clearest example of deliberate dual personality programming, a single physical unit switching between a cheerful, rule-enforcing daytime persona and a considerably more threatening nighttime one. This split isn't possession in any sense this documentary has established throughout its earlier coverage. It's confirmed, intentional design, built directly into the character's own operating system rather than emerging from any external corruption or hidden spirit. Glamrock Freddy behaves noticeably differently from his bandmates throughout the same game, remaining protective of Gregory, rather than becoming hostile the way Roxanne, Montgomery, and Chica all do under Glitch Trap's influence. Various theories connect this resistance to a possessing spirit, sometimes suggested to be Charlie or Cassidy, specifically given their own established protective roles throughout this franchise's earlier timeline, though this remains speculation without direct textual confirmation, comparable to what this documentary established regarding the original 5 children decades earlier. Cut content discovered within the game's own files complicates this theory considerably. Unused voice lines and animation data suggest Glamrock Freddy was originally intended to fall under Glitch Trap's control as well, hunting Gregory the way his bandmates do, complete with an unused search animation showing him looking for Gregory beneath furniture before this behavior was scrapped during development. That detail weakens rather than strengthens the possession theory, suggesting his protective behavior may reflect a late-stage design and narrative choice, rather than confirmed in-universe spirit intervention, resisting Glitch Trap's reach. Staff bots, the smaller, lower-tier maintenance and security units scattered throughout the Pizzaplex, round out this generation's roster, functioning as background infrastructure rather than individually significant characters. Their behavior throughout Security Breach and Ruin generally tracks the same glitch trap or mimic-driven corruption affecting the Glamrocks, reinforcing that this entire modern facility operates on a shared network vulnerable to exactly the kind of systemic infection this documentary's coverage of digital consciousness has traced throughout its 2 immediately preceding sections. Part 82. Every modern animatronic explained. Sorting this franchise's modern era characters by category clarifies what would otherwise read as a confusing pileup of overlapping threats, and applying the 5-category framework this documentary established during its earliest, foundational section resolves considerably more ambiguity than treating every unsettling character as simply another haunted animatronic. The Glamrocks, examined in detail in the previous section, are corrupted artificial intelligence, their hostility stemming from Glitch Trap's digital infection, spreading through the Pizzaplex's shared network rather than from genuine possession. Glamrock Freddy's own resistance to that infection remains speculative rather than confirmed, weakened further by the cut content this documentary already examined. Sun and Moon represent confirmed, intentional dual programming rather than possession of any kind, a distinction worth restating clearly given how frequently casual discussion treats their split personality as evidence of a hidden spirit. The mimic is neither possessed nor infected in the Glitch Trap sense. It's a learning machine that studied this franchise's own history and reproduced its patterns deliberately, making it this franchise's clearest example of danger without any supernatural origin whatsoever. Burntrap functioned as an early, unstable manifestation connected to the mimic, his exact relationship to William Afton left deliberately uncertain by the games and, following Ruin's own confirmed canonical ending, largely removed from this franchise's confirmed timeline entirely. Glitchtrap sits in its own category, digital corruption carrying at least some genuine trace of William Afton's own influence, spreading through human contact rather than through animatronic possession. Vanessa's own connection to him represents psychological manipulation layered onto a living human being, distinct from every other category this documentary's framework accounts for. Staff bots and other background entities scattered throughout the modern games generally fall closer to the mimic's own category. Systems reflecting corrupted network access rather than confirmed individual spirits, though this franchise's own material remains genuinely thin regarding several of these more minor background presences, and this documentary isn't willing to overstate confidence where the evidence simply doesn't support it. Taken together, this modern roster demonstrates how far this franchise's supernatural framework has traveled since Charlie's own original, accidental transformation. What began as a single spontaneous act of grief has diversified into at least 3 distinct categories operating simultaneously by the time of Security Breach and Ruin. Genuine surviving possession, in whatever form William Afton's own consciousness now takes. Digital corruption spreading through code and human contact. An artificial intelligence sophisticated enough to imitate tragedy without ever having experienced any version of it firsthand. Part 83. The complete timeline of every possessed animatronic. The timeline begins at Fredbear's family diner, where Springlock technology and the original partnership between William Afton and Henry Emily set every later event in motion. Followed shortly afterward by the Bite of 83, an incident this documentary's earlier coverage connected to the crying child, rather than to any of the confirmed possessed animatronics examined throughout this documentary's own primary focus. Charlie's death and transformation into the puppet follows, establishing possession's basic mechanism years before the missing children's incident produces Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy through Charlie's own deliberate action. William's return to the original restaurant, his systematic dismantling of those 4 animatronics, and his own transformation into Springtrap follow next, alongside the considerably less documented Save Them incident connected to the second restaurant's own toy animatronics. A tragedy this documentary's earlier coverage established as genuinely distinct from, though thematically connected to, the original 5 children's own story. Sister Location's own placement within this broader chronology remains genuinely debated among this franchise's fan community, worth flagging directly rather than presenting as settled. Some recovered audio material suggests the underground facility's events occur roughly a year after Five Nights at Freddy's 3, positioning Sister Location chronologically last among the classic era games before Pizzeria Simulator, rather than sometime between the first and second games as its own internal numbering might casually suggest. This documentary treats that later placement as the stronger reading, though it acknowledges the games themselves never state it with total, unambiguous clarity. Elizabeth's possession of Circus Baby, the broader Funtime line's own construction, Enid's formation, Michael Afton's scooping, and Molten Freddy's eventual emergence once Baby separates from the shared body all occur within this Sister Location era, examined across this documentary's own extensive, dedicated coverage. Henry's own final plan brings Lefty, Molten Freddy, Scrap Baby, Scrap Trap, and Michael together for Pizzeria Simulator's climactic fire, this franchise's most comprehensive, deliberate act of resolution. Glitchtrap's digital emergence follows through Help Wanted, connecting to Vanessa's own manipulation throughout Security Breach, while Ruin's confirmation of the Princess Quest ending closes out Burntrap's own uncertain status, and introduces the Mimic directly as this franchise's current, ongoing threat. This final stretch of the timeline represents the least chronologically settled portion of this entire investigation, with several details, particularly regarding exactly how much time separates Pizzeria Simulator's fire from Help Wanted's own Vata project, left deliberately vague by the games themselves. Part 84. Every possessed animatronic ranked by Canon evidence. Confirmed possessed animatronics include Freddy, Bonnie, Chica and Foxy, established through Give Gifts, Give Life's own direct depiction of Charlie extending continued existence to each of them, and Circus Baby, confirmed through Sister Location's own explicit flashback sequence showing Elizabeth's death and transformation with unusual visual directness. Springtrap belongs here as well. His own unique possession mechanism established directly through the Follow Me minigames and the Springlock failure sequence this documentary examined in considerable mechanical detail earlier in its coverage. The puppet itself, tied directly to Charlotte Emily through the Security Puppet minigame, anchors this entire category as this franchise's founding confirmed case. Strongly supported by the games includes Golden Freddy's connection to Cassidy, resting on the survival logbook's hidden name, and Ultimate Custom Night's vengeful spirit without ever reaching explicit confirmation. And Molten Freddy's multiple spirit composition, supported directly through Pizzeria Simulator's own recovered blueprint fragments, describing unusually concentrated remnant content. Michael Afton's own remnant sustained survival following the scooping room also belongs here, confirmed as genuine and ongoing, without ever being fully categorized as either possession or extended biological survival. Possible, but unconfirmed, covers Ballora's contested connection to Mrs. Afton, resting almost entirely on tone and design impression rather than textual evidence. Funtime Freddy's unspecified multiple remnant sources. Funtime Foxy's own uncertain status given his limited direct appearances, and Glamrock Freddy's own resistance to Glitchtrap's influence, weakened by cut content suggesting his protective behavior may never have been intended as evidence of a hidden spirit at all. Glitchtrap's own connection to William Afton's surviving consciousness sits here too, probable given the corrupted hardware's own physical origins, but never stated as confirmed fact. Not possessed, meaning artificial intelligence, programming, or digital corruption, rather than genuine spirit possession. Covers the toy animatronics generally, Balloon Boy and JJ, the Mimic, Sun and Moon's own confirmed dual programming, staff bots, and the corrupted Glamrock animatronics, Roxanne Wolf, Montgomery Gator, and Glamrock Chica, under Glitchtrap's control throughout Security Breach. Burntrap sits in this category as well, following Ruin's own confirmation that he never occurred within Security Breach's actual canonical timeline at all. This ranking isn't static, and this documentary wants to state that plainly rather than presenting it as a permanently closed ledger. Ruin's own retroactive confirmation regarding Burntrap demonstrates how quickly this franchise's own material can shift a character's evidentiary status, and further games could easily move Glamrock Freddy, Glitchtrap, or several of the Funtime characters into firmer or weaker categories than this documentary has assigned them, based on everything confirmed as of this current point in the franchise's own ongoing timeline. Part 85. The complete legacy of every possessed animatronic. What the games confirm spans from Charlie's own death outside Fredbear's family diner, through Elizabeth's explicit death inside Circus Baby, through William Afton's own confirmed transformation into Springtrap, and through Henry's own final, deliberate fire that brought Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and Charlie herself toward genuine, confirmed resolution. This span represents this franchise's most solid, directly evidenced core, the foundation every later, considerably more uncertain chapter builds outward from. What is strongly supported extends further outward from that core. Cassidy's likely connection to Golden Freddy. Molten Freddy's confirmed multiple spirit composition drawn directly from Henry's own recovered blueprints. And Glitchtrap's probable connection to William Afton's own surviving consciousness following his physical death. Each resting on genuine textual evidence without ever crossing into the kind of explicit confirmation this documentary reserved for its firmest category throughout every section of its investigation. What remains unsolved covers the largest portion of this franchise's modern era specifically. Burntrap's exact relationship to both William Afton and the Mimic, Glamrock Freddy's own contested resistance to digital corruption, the true scale of harm the Bidybabs and Minarinas may represent beyond their primary bodies, and precisely how much of William Afton's original consciousness, if any, actually persists within the systems currently driving this franchise's ongoing story through the Mimic era. Tracing this legacy from beginning to end reveals a consistent structural pattern this documentary has returned to repeatedly throughout its entire investigation. Every possession this franchise depicts answers a specific kind of question about the mechanism producing it. Charlie's answers a question about grief. The original 5 answer a question about calculated exploitation. William's own transformation answers a question about consequence, catching up with the man who caused everything preceding it. The Funtime line answers a question about engineering suffering deliberately. Glitchtrap and the Mimic answer questions about what happens once that engineering moves beyond physical suits entirely, into code, into data, into systems capable of learning cruelty without ever personally experiencing loss. Every possessed animatronic examined across this entire documentary, whether a murdered child spirit, a trapped killer, a remnant-powered experiment, or a digital entity built from corrupted code, represents another stage in the same continuous mechanism first established the night Charlie Emily died outside her father's restaurant. Five Nights at Freddy's began as a story about a single, spontaneous act of compassion answering an unbearable tragedy. It has become, across a decade of games, a story about what happens when that same mechanism falls into the hands of people, and eventually machines, willing to engineer it on purpose.